It's time now for the final match of round number 4. Barbados are taking on the Windward Islands. They're calling it a semi-final clash. Both teams on 8 points coming into this one. Who's going to have 12 by the end of it? Both teams coming off of fantastic victories. Barbados are commanding performance versus Jamaica. Windward Islands, they got a confident win over Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Divas. Some names to look out for: Shamilia Connell, obviously with that bit of extra pace. You have Aaliyah Allen, who would have scored the first 50 of this T20 Blaze. The Windward Islands, Kiana Joe. We're under the lights for the final match of round number 4 in the CWA Women's T20 Blaze. Barbados are taking on the Windward Islands, Shakira Selman and Afi Fletcher. Mr. Stuart Rollins once again the match referee for tonight. Ladies, who has the coin? Oh. Go ahead, have your flick. Heads is the call.
And tails.
And it's a tails. So, Shakira, you've won the toss. What are you going to do here first tonight?
We're going to bowl first. We're just going to stick to what's been working for us.
You mentioned what's been working for you, and certainly you've been putting together some performances after that loss in the opening round of this T20 Blaze. What's the team talk coming into this one?
We just have to try to play our best game. We're getting closer to that every game, and we hope that tonight could be our best game.
Some are calling this almost like a semi-final. Any pressure?
There's always pressure when you're playing cricket. Obviously, this is our profession, so there is a little bit of pressure, but I know we should know how to cope with that pressure.
All right, Afi Fletcher, over to you now. Lost the toss. How do you feel about what you guys have to do here first now?
Well, to be honest, I would have chosen to bat. I think the conditions are very good whether you bat first or second, so.
All right, and then as I mentioned to Shakira, it's almost a bit of a semi-final. Any pressure for your girls coming into this one?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a tough one. I mean, like, I know we're trying to look for our first win against Barbados, and I say it's a semi-final. So I mean, like, we'll all feel a little bit pressure, but I mean, like, as Sally said, it's all well how we manage and cope with it and control it.
Well, there you have it. News from the toss. Barbados, they've won it, and they're going to have a bowl first. It's time now for the final match of round number 4. Barbados are taking on the Windward Islands. They're calling it a semi-final clash. Both teams on 8 points coming into this one. Who's going to have 12 by the end of it? Both teams coming off of fantastic victories. Barbados are commanding performance versus Jamaica. Windward Islands, they got a confident win over Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. It's time now for the final match of round number 4. Barbados are taking on the Windward Islands. They're calling it a semi-final clash. Both teams on 8 points coming into this one. Who's going to have 12 by the end of it? Both teams coming off of fantastic victories. Barbados are commanding performance versus Jamaica. Windward Islands, they got a confident win over Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Divas. Some names to look out for: Shamilia Connell, obviously with that bit of extra pace. You have Aaliyah Allen, who would have scored the first 50 of this T20 Blaze. The Windward Islands, Kiana Joseph, fantastic form. Fielding, exceptional. Afi Fletcher has been there. Getting my names because Afi Fletcher, the captain, has been there as well with her spin. Then Zeta James also there. Then you have Pearl Etienne. So many names that I can call. But hey, how is it going to turn out? We must first go to the toss.
Good evening to everyone and welcome back to Warner Park for Game 3. And the encounter for Game 3 would be Barbados women versus the Windward Islands. Well, Barbados have won the toss and they opted that they will field. Well, the pitch is in very good condition from since the inception of the Super 50, and we have seen whereby everyone had equal opportunity in assessing the conditions here at Warner Park. Well, 2 games earlier, but we'll get back to that later on. With me is Joel Mannion, and Joel, I also know for a fact that Barbados is in a very good position, and knowing that they will have to play the Leeward Islands in their last encounter, that also will depend on what they do here in this encounter against the Windward Islands here this evening. Well, the lights are on and the umpires are out. The Barbados team is now taking the middle, and also is the players. So for tonight's coverage, it will be Joe Manning, Al Edwards, and yours truly, Victor Eddy. So, Joel, the Barbados team would know how important it is. All matches are important by fact, but this one is very important because it will depend a lot on the standing with the points, and it may even come down to a net run rate. But it's over to Joel Mannion, and he will give us more informative information as to the composition of the teams, first of all, and just about everything is in place. Good evening, Joel, and we are anticipating another very interesting and intriguing encounter between Barbados and the Windward Islands.
Good evening, Victor, and good evening to the viewers watching currently on the stream. Certainly a fantastic encounter here for both sides. Barbados taking on the Windwards in effectively what we're calling the second semi-final of the day. Both teams currently on 8 points. Windward Islands at the start of this round were leading the table due to that net run rate. Barbados were sitting in 4th, but both teams can set themselves up for what would be the possibility of a title, especially given that Guyana would have defeated Jamaica earlier today. Shamilia Connell, she picks up the attack with the first over, the first ball from that Lozak road end. First runs off the bat, and a good sound, a good sign for them. Jalelia Glasgow and Zeta James opening the batting for the Windward Islands.
Yes, and a good start by the Windward Islands after Barbados opted and invited the Windward Islands to have first knock. It is Shamela Connell from the southern or Lozak road end. One just beating the batter outside the off stump, the keeper not taking it cleanly. There is the keeper standing back, a solitary slip. There is a point, a cover, an extra cover, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a fielder on the long leg boundary. But Al Edwards has joined me, and this is anticipated again, another interesting encounter between Barbados and the Windward Islands. Barbados winning the toss and opting that they would field. Another delivery just touching down outside the off stump. Good evening, Al Edwards. Well, well, the one driven crisply down to mid-off, but traveling too quick. Well, that's quick movement there by Joel Manning. I mean, those steps to get to here to this media center, but he made it back quite nicely. But the Windward Islands will looking to consolidate and give their team a good start. But Cornell, it is from the southern or Lozak Road end. One plays through point. The fielder diving at point. It's going to get close to the boundary, but I don't believe it will cross the boundary. The batters were contemplating for 3, but in the end they decided for 2. So it is 4 without loss. We are just into the first over. Barbados won the toss and decided that they are gonna field first. So fielding first, and Connell is bowling the first over from the southern end. She's in now, right arm over the wicket, and some mix-up of hesitation. There could be a chance for a run out, and the communication has started on a false note so far and so early, as that was the final delivery of that particular over from Connell. And we have seen a consistent pattern throughout this tournament, whereby sometimes the communication and the calling, well, Joel, at times it is best when the batters have an understanding. It's either yes or no, or come or stay. But you cannot cross the language by saying one thing and then turn into the other. It can be a bit confusing. But in the end, luckily for the Windwards, no casualties by the run-out route. 4 without loss after the first over. Barbados won the toss and decided that they will field first.
It's going to be Alison Gordon to appear with Connell from this media centre end. And certainly Shamila Connell, one of the quicker bowlers in this tournament. But it was nice to see in the game before this Sharianne Fraser, 23 years old, playing for Guyana, worked up a good head of steam and really had the ball nipping around quite nicely. The surface was coming on also, and certainly could probably expect that here. Thinner ear at night. Gordon to bowler first. And this is where she's really effective and deceptive as well, Gordon. Really mixes up her pace quite nicely. I had a chance to really and truly see her, especially in that Super 50, with the keeper up to the stump. She's able to just hold it on what you consider just a good line and length just outside that off stump, usually just going away from the batter.
Well, she's not genuine pace really, but here is one, and
that's
it
going
looks
to be
like
runs. It's going to find its way into the boundary.
So another boundary for the Windward Islands. They are now 8 without loss. We are just into over number 2. Well, because of at least Gordon's pace too, it gives the wicketkeeper an opportunity to come up under the stumps to apply pressure to the batter's feet, at least their movement. And she usually keeps a very good line and length, Alison Gordon. She's operating from the northern end here at Warner Park.
And that's probably where she might want to be across this over on that occasion in terms of that boundary delivery. The length was just a bit too short, but also the width. And that's really what allowed Zeta James to capitalize on that one and get herself off the mark. That boundary, though, will give her some confidence. As I mentioned, this is an all-important game for both sides. And that finger goes up. She got a feather of an edge on it. According to the umpire, Zeta James, she's got to go the first one down for the Windward Islands.
Yes, and we saw some movement there that Alison Gordon got it to move across the left-hander. And what was very convincing in the appeal, that the keeper was shouting for all her words. She was convinced that there was an edge. There was slight hesitation. And a lot of occasions, batters sometimes, not with the decision, but disappointed sometimes with the stroke that they would play. And she fished at that one outside the off stump, got an edge. The wicketkeeper was confident, and Barbados off to a good start after winning the toss and inviting the Windward Islands to have first knock.
Yeah, she's got to go for 4. It's 8 for 1. It was just so interesting, the length of time that the umpire took to give that one.
Yeah, that was crossing my mind for a moment. She really took a little time in making a decision, but I guess she just wanted to assure herself that there was a nick on it. And for the officiators, the umpires, it can be very challenging in these circumstances where this tournament there is no DRS, so no referrals in that capacity. So they have to use their own judgment out there, and it could be very challenging. But in the end, she thought that she got a nick, and Barbados has gotten success so far. So let us see what the new batter, and it's a captain, Afi Fletcher.
Well, gets one down the leg side, not making that adjustment. Gordon. And, well, that's going to be 4 wides.
Yes, and it will also, it's a concern for all the coaches of all the teams, because there have been a high percentage by all teams in the Super 50 and now the T20 Blaze 2020. We have seen a continuation of that. So there are a lot of areas where the coaches would work, and obviously this tournament can only go from strength to strength. But here is Gordon, one outside the off stump again. Is it considered a no ball on this occasion? And a free hit. And interestingly so, just for our listeners, the run out in this format of the T20 Blaze, you can be out obstructing the field or hitting the ball twice. So there's 3 different ways that batters can be out in this particular competition. In the norms, it's usually by just one way as the run out, but in this aspect of this 20 Blaze, and here is one outside the off stump, or he just dropped inside the tram line, but it was high for a moment, but not high enough. Above the waist, it will have to be considered, but that was wide off the off stump, but not wide enough because it fell within the tram lines, and Afi Fletcher stays there. And these two, no doubt, is thinking about consolidating and putting a good partnership for the Windwards. But on the other hand, Alison Gordon will be looking for further success. Sporting the number 77 on the back of her jersey, moves away from us from the northern end. And one played straight to the field at point. There is no run. And after some 2 overs, the Windward Islands invited to bat first against Barbados. Barbados won the toss, and they are 14 for 1. Well, we had some interesting encounters before. The first one was Jamaica and Guyana, and that was very exciting, intriguing. 109 is what Jamaica scored for losing 6 wickets. But then, what a tremendous performance by Guyana, how they batted, and more so their captain Campbell, but was well supported also by Gashnabi. Yes, and they compiled a very good partnership, and also to a 100-run partnership between both.
They're operating around the wicket now. Shamila Connell. It'll just be interesting in terms of that challenge for the bowlers at the moment, in terms of just making that quick adjustment between left hand and right hand batting combination for them.
Well, what challenges it presents for bowlers too, whereby you have to adjust your line and length, especially when the singles are consistent, when a left and right is at the crease. Sometimes it can be an advantage, but then when bowlers would have can adjust their lines and length quite early, then that can be also a difference. Well, it's the right hand on strike, and it's also Connell. She has been successful in both formats of the game, and especially in the T20 Blaze, operating from the southern Orlozak road end, and heavily packed offside field, and that always gives an indication to batters most the times where most likely that bowlers will put their deliveries just on or about off stump with a heavy pack offside field, with the keeper standing back, a solitary slip. Here is Connell. What would happen on this occasion? Beats the batter outside the off stump, who was looking to hit that through extra cover. There's a third man, a point, extra cover, a mid-off, a cover, sorry, and a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and there is a fielder on the long leg boundary. So batters will get ideas as to what lines or lengths that the bowlers will bowl, Joel, based upon that heavy pack offside field.
Well, that one probably will find its way towards the boundary. 4 good-looking runs for the skipper, Affie Fletcher, to get her off the mark.
Yes, indeed, and these two will have to really put a partnership together for the Windward Islands. But having said that, though, it crossed my mind to Joel that after opting to send the Windwards in to bat, if there is an element of juice later on, that is, whereby it is more difficult to get a proper grip when the seam become that more slippery, even though you will have a rag to dry the ball as much as possible, it can be very challenging for team bowling. But here is one play down to third man, but there's a fielder there, and even though she bubbled it in front of her, but in the meantime the batters were able to get a run. So that can also be in the equation, possibly why Barbados chose to field first.
Yeah, that, and plus the fact that I think that they kind of see their strength in terms of chasing, in terms of wanting to know what type of total they have to go after. And this surface has really been a very good surface to bat on.
Well, consistently the surface has been good. And what I like about pitches, that there should always be a proper prepared pitch for cricket matches. And even though some people have the scenario that if you're playing at home, prepare a pitch to your strength, no, I wouldn't subscribe to that. Prepare, and we must commend the ground staff here, because I think they have been very consistent in terms of what we have seen in terms of the carry, and every area of play, everybody have an equal opportunity to be successful, and that is what also too intrigues and makes this tournament very, very good.
The 3 overs gone. It's 20 for 1. There's also the factor that looking across the other 2 games that were played here, the teams that won were the teams that chased as well. Guyana would have chased down that total versus Jamaica. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Divas chased down versus Leeward Islands. And Barbados probably thinking something similar can probably favour them as well. So certainly it's going to be a very interesting contest here tonight under the lights of Warner Park. The team that wins this one, well, they give themselves the best chance heading into round number 5 of lifting that title. Guyana, they have stepped one place closer to that, currently on 12.
Yeah. But one thing is good in Barbados' favor, because the Leeward Islands, both in the Super 50 and the T20 players, have not won a match, and they will be the last encounter that Barbados will come up against. So, Joel, it will be even more interesting, just saying perhaps, because we could never tell, that the Windward Islands come out victorious, then it will also make it even more keener. But at the same time, every match is on its time, so it's always hard to predict which way a match will go. But that was only speculation on my behalf. And Barbados, though, they have a very good opportunity, because, like I said, the team bowling last is going to be the Windwards, and there might be that element of Drew more stronger coming in a little later on, which can give the bowlers a lot more challenge in terms of gripping the ball and keeping consistent line and length. Well, this is good too, that they're looking for 2, but the fielder coming off the long leg boundary recognized that the batters were running the first one quick, and that was also a good sign. But for the batters that I have seen in this T20 blaze, I really like the look of Campbell. She was the only one most of the time consistently moving her feet to the spinners and executing strokes on both sides of the wicket. And that was a really good innings from her earlier today. But here we are. It is Windward Islands versus Barbados. The Windward Islands batting first after Barbados won the toss and decided that they will field first. And it is 23 for the loss of 1 wicket, 3.4 overs in progression. Alison Gordon is operating from the northern end.
An inside edge onto that one. But certainly she's been bowling a lot better in this over. I mentioned the fact that she missed her lines and lengths just a touch in that first over that she bowled. Really pulled it back quite nicely here, Gordon. Just the 3 runs so far from this over after going for 10 in her first, which also included 4 wides. Closes it out with a dot. 4 gone. It's 23 for 1.
Yeah, and the inside the 25-yard circle, it is very important in the first power play that fielders on both sides of the wicket be very tight in there and try to really restrict the batters from getting easy runs. That also can bring in some indiscretions if it happens, but 23 for 1, 4 overs gone, and the 2 batters having an exchange of words in the middle. That is Afi Fletcher, the captain, and Glasgow. So, no doubt, weighing the situation. And at the present moment, 23 for 1, going at a current run rate of 5.7. After this over, you will hear the voice of Al Edwards, who will come in to replace Victor Eddy. And he will be with Joel Manning of Barbados, our guest commentator. And we are very pleased to have you in the Federation and for what you have provided so far. And no doubt you will keep that level of consistency. Have you ever been on a program with Andrew Mason in Barbados? I know he's very jovial sort of individual, but a very nice man.
Tiani Herbert Mears into the attack now. A bit of spinning operation now from that Lozak road end. Just the 2 overs for Shamilia Connell. I was going to make the point just a little bit earlier in terms of the fact that she has an additional pace, but she was in fact probably the most expensive bowler in the last innings for Barbados. It didn't pick up a wicket either, and it was something similar for her here, as that one's a bit of a fumble by Alison Gordon, which allows them to get 2. Can they get the 3rd? Fantastic running by this pair. Good 3 there from them. But Shamilia Connell, somebody that they look to keep things tight, look to pick up early wickets. She's not exactly done that in the last game for them, and not here at the start. They went for 32 in her 4, just at 8 runs and over she went. And she's pretty close to that here also in this game. 10 coming from her 2. So probably it's a little more expensive at the start. And they would wanted Connell to be, maybe that might be a reason that prompted a change, or probably seen something out there and wanted to slow down proceedings. You've seen maybe 1 or 2 teams struggle, especially at the start with spin. Very few batters have been looking to use their feet.
Well, Campbell for Guyana, she was really a delight to look at, really, in terms of how she played the spin. She played it very good.
Well, that one is going to find its way into the boundary as well. Badly lined from Herbert and capitalized on by Glasgow.
Yes, and they have to take all these opportunities, any opportunity that is provided where you can get a 4 or 6. And on that occasion, Glasgow executed it into the long leg boundary for 4, one that was strained down the leg side.
Oh, this could be a chance for a run out. It is. Communication errors. And Glasgow has got to go.
Yes, and really a bad call there by Glasgow. And I think Afi Fletcher, the captain, was right, because the fielder was not on the edge of the 25-yard circle. She was about 5 paces in and struck it a little to her right, and it was a kind of pacey going to her too. And unfortunately, the Windward Islands loses another wicket, but going down by the run-out route, it is now 30 for 2.
Yeah, something that they could ill afford at this stage. The Windward Islands. A mix-up for them, and they've almost gifted Barbados that wicket. The Bajans, though, they'll be happy to see the back of Glasgow. She went for 10. It's now 30 for 2.
Plenty for go. Keep going. That's leg stop. Coming right arm over.
I'm sad to see Glasgow go. She was just getting into her strides. It looked like with a nice sweep shot.
Pearl Etienne is new batter. Just that one delivery to close out 5. It's 30 for 2.
30 for 2. Early goings in this very, very interesting encounter. Playing for position going into the final round of matches. It might come down to net one weight between these teams.
All right, girls, come on.
Both with equal opportunity.
Come, let me pick it up in field, girls. Come on. Yeah.
And Barbados deciding to chase. I think it's early going for somebody like Paul.
Come on,
Paul
girls, let me
Etienne,
pick it
who
up in
seems to
field.
be,
Come
in
on.
my opinion, a very aggressive batter. Her approach seems to be a no-nonsense approach. I saw her in a recent game, and she's the one who pulled the Windwards Islands home.
Oh, yes!
She's gone straight to her. Castled, as they would say. And the captain, Affy Fletcher. Well, she won't be happy with that one.
Played down the wrong line, played too early. Sometimes the ball pitched, I think Gordon has that ability to hold it back. Slow delivery right on the stumps. Had Fletcher coming forward long before the ball was delivered. Eluded the bat, rocketed into the stumps. Third wicket goes down.
I mentioned the fact that Gordon is fantastic, especially at the start of the innings with the keeper up to the stump, and she's usually just there or thereabouts, as they would say, in terms of a good length. And it's a length that is not necessarily there for the drive, and it's not one that you can really get back to. Either it's that in-between length that you see batters feeling for. You saw Zeta James feel for one away from the body. The umpire judged that it took an edge there on that occasion. Affy Fletcher also just pushing out. It was never really there to the pitch to delivery. Held its line, and it went through her. In fact, beat the outer edge of the bat. So Affy Fletcher has got to go, and that's the third wicket down for the Windward Islands. Now 30 for 3 they are, and Kiana Joseph, she's at the crease.
Kiana Joseph comes to the crease now to repair damage, early damage inflicted by Barbados. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Gordon Bull swings the ball both ways. I've seen in-swingers from her mostly, and then I know she can take the ball away from the right hand. But she's faced with another lefty. Glasgow was the first left-hander. She's departed now. Another lefty posing a challenge in terms of her line and length. Let's see what will happen.
One more communication errors probably. Oh, that one would have been close, I dare say, out had it been a direct hit. Oh, the Windward Islands seem to be running themselves into trouble here. I was just about to make the point that this is the pair that brought the Windward Islands home in that last match. Pearl Etienne, 8 from 27. Kiana Joseph, 18 from 15. But a different proposition for them here. Now, in terms of the fact that they're the ones that have to actually carry the innings, not just come on the back of some work that might have been done before by a few of the batters. A lot of overs left in this one. 14.4 overs to go. And they would want to ensure that they can just stem the bleeding at the moment here with those 3 wickets that have gone down.
They have to build and rebuild all at the same time.
Yeah, certainly the runs are not an issue for them. And that's the funny thing about it. They have runs on the board. When you look at it, almost a run a ball for them. And they were relatively happy with that 31 on the board. But the issue is that 3 wickets are down for them. Can ill afford to lose another one here.
Well, partner's trying her utmost best. In swinging deliveries going away from the bat. And the runs may not be an issue, but if wickets continue to fall and the runs dry up, then it's ominous times for the Windward Islands.
Yeah, certainly it could be problems if this pair is broken. Pearl Etienne, very experienced campaigner. Oh, that had a good sound off the bat. Good connection. And it seems to have just been pulled back inside the boundary by Aliyah Aline. So good cricket all around there. Now, I was going to mention the fact that I had a chance to interview Pearl Etienne yesterday on the off day, and it was very interesting to get her story in terms of how she started playing cricket and the fact that she was the only girl in the park at that time in Dominica. And I showed her a photo of when she told me that she was 14 years old when that photo was taken, and she was the only girl holding a bat in her hand amongst several boys in the park. Probably going down the leg side there to close out the 6 overs. The power play done. It's 33 for 3.
A very good ask on that occasion. It was the back leg. But as I said, she swings the ball so much that that one was probably going down the leg, even though it struck the back leg. And so the umpire kept her hands to herself. Well, we often have those situations in the Caribbean. We tend to call them tomboys. The only girl that plays with the ball. And I guess you may have found out that it benefited her greatly.
Yeah, certainly she said that it was actually at 8 years old when she was first approached, and it was a case of she was playing cricket in the streets, and this gentleman asked her if she's ever played for Dominica, and she said no. And then he took her to a coach, and the coach told her to pick up the bat. And after that, he said, "Do you have a passport?" She said no. And he asked, "Why not?" She said, "It's because I'm afraid to fly." And then I asked, how many flights have you taken since, being introduced to the Dominican team? Because she got into the team as a teenager. She said countless. And it was just interesting to get that backstory from her. And the reason why she still continues to play is because so many girls back home in Dominica look up to her. And this is a situation where they're going to look up to her as well and hope that she can, carry on and carry that light for them. And the fact that Windwards have been doing so well, she said this is probably the best season that they're having also. So I know that she would relish the opportunity to carry them on her back here. At 40 years old, the oldest cricketer out there on the park. And she mentioned, every time she talks about probably hanging up her bat, they tell her back home in Dominica, no, you probably have some years left in you to go. And she said it's for that reason that she's still out there. And it's nice that she can see 2 youngsters also being introduced into the U19 team coming from Dominica as well, and all those things, So I do think that is a wonderful occasion here for Pearl Etienne to get some runs. And that's probably going to bring 2 for her if they run well. But not just get some runs, but to make good on the story of how she came up through cricket, made her debut for the West Indies in 2010, and cricket certainly looked a lot different for women back then also. And that is also another factor, because a lot of the older women in cricket, I would say, it's almost as if they have done the hard yards so that the youngsters could almost benefit in cricket now. But it'll be nice to see that story, just come full circle for her. And get a wonderful performance here. But that's just, for the writing aspect of it. In terms of the cricket aspect of it, if you're a Barbadian, you would love to see the back of Pearl Etienne, certainly. Well, she uses the feet there, but can't get it past a short cover. And you mentioned the fact that she's that type of power player. She's that aggressive cricketer, doesn't like to be kept quiet, Pearl Etienne. So could be a very interesting battle here for her and Thiana Herbert-Mears.
Another reason that she would want to do well is that her birthday is coming up. What a nice birthday gift that would be for them to take this T20 break.
Yeah, I said Thiana, but it's actually Thiani Herbert-Mears. And certainly, it would be a nice gift. I mean, who doesn't like to win? Who doesn't like to play cricket and play well also? Under the lights here of Warner Park, the CWA Women's T20 Blaze. Well, she gets a hold of that one. And one bounce over the ropes.
That's what I'm talking about.
A fantastic use of the feet to close out 7. It's 40 for 3. It's nice to see that even though wickets have gone down, that they haven't necessarily gone into a shell. And I mean that in terms of Pearl Etienne. She's still playing her natural game, and she's also picking the right deliveries, and that's what's going to matter as well. So turn around the strike, keep things ticking over, and when you see one in your half, as they would say, take full advantage of it. Well, Gordon is bowl 3. She's going to bowl out on a stretch. You can probably understand why, given that she's been the chief wicket taker for Barbados here, picking up 2 for 16 in her 3. Barbados in the hunt for another one. If they can break this pair, certainly they would tell themselves they have probably won the first half of this match.
None.
As we would say, anyone would do. Etienne
Where Ali? Where Ali?
Etienne, especially because she seems to be the more aggressive of the two, going over the top, using the feet. Kiana looks a bit more orthodox.
None. Where, ladies? Where, ladies? Come on, girls.
It's interesting that you mentioned that, and because we talked about the last match that they played, and it was Kiana Joseph that was the real ball beater on that occasion. Etienne played that workaround role, so probably switching here as they make a switch in the field. Fine leg comes into the circle. Mid off heads back to long off. And they're thinking that she's bowled behind her back, but no. Maybe the gloves of the keeper on that occasion removing the bails. Just getting a little excited there. Alison Gordon. I, for a second, thought that maybe it just found its way onto the stump there.
I think she was looking for a wide too, the way she came into the crease, and I was trying to walk the ball onto the onside, but it wasn't far. It was well between the tram line.
Well, this time it's going to be signaled a wide. Kaisia Knight doing the job behind the stumps, and what a job she's done across this tournament, taking some fantastic catches, also off the bowling of Gordon, a couple stumpings as well. Off the inner portion of the bat. But looking at these 4 overs from Gordon, well, in fact, 3.4 at the moment now, you would have to say that she's really set the tone for Barbados here with her bowling figures and her bowling performance.
16 in the ones column, 2 in the wicket column, which is the most important 2, particularly 2 that she got. That's a big 2, as we would say, a capital 2. You can take that any day. If she closes out now, it will be edge.
Well, fortune favoring Etienne there just for one though, as the third man comes around and collects.
I was about to say 4 or 5 runs and over in T20 form, within 20 form of the game. That's not bad at all. And then to have 2 wickets capping it off, I think you should go to the treasury to pick up your check. You've done your job.
Come on, girls.
Yeah, certainly. And now it's just a case of everybody else following in similar fashion.
Correct.
One.
She's reached the end of her spell. 20 runs have come from it. It's 44 for 3. Going at 5 and over for Gordon. Picked up the 2 crucial wickets, as you mentioned. Also, her day is done, and she can say, you know what, I did my job. I did what the skipper would have wanted from me. It looks like we're going to see a bit of leg spin in operation now. Keela Elliott is into the attack, and she's another person that poses a threat with the ball. Varies her pace quite nicely, but I do know that these are 2 batters that enjoy getting after these spinners. In terms of what we consider those matchups, might maybe say that it favors Kiana Joseph at the moment in terms of being left-handed, the ball turning in to her, and any mistake from Elliott she would want to capitalize on. But because of her aggressive nature, it probably also offers Barbados a chance.
most certainly. A leg spinner, and this opens up and slaps that one into the mid-wicket region for four. Four lovely ones. Like she waited on that all day.
Yeah, I mentioned that matchup certainly will favour Kiana Joseph. Can't afford to be short, and funny enough, you get that occasionally from your leg spinner, especially in the early exchanges. Probably sometimes a bit too short, sometimes a bit too full. Also, this time, better delivery, a good comeback from Keela Elliott.
I was about to mention that about leg spinners. All of them seem to take a time before they hit their lanes. And on this occasion, it was a very loose delivery on the first one. The second one seemed to just held its line.
They got tied to you. Jeez.
This time she brings out the boom, sweeps to backward square leg, gets a single.
It'll be interesting to see Etienne's approach here, whether or not she chooses to take on Keela Elliott, or whether or not she chooses to just rotate the strike and bring Kiana Joseph back in to the fore. They've put the long on back onto the boundary, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg runs out now.
This time it's a calm approach, just knocking it into the offside.
Yes.
Throwing a chance for a single, but it wasn't there.
Smart cricket. Elliott certainly will favour bowling to Pearl Etienne. Ball going away from her. Oh, a misfield. But brilliant work being done out on the cover boundary. And keeps it to just one. It's just little moments like those. We saw a couple misfields in a few of the games earlier today.
That was absolutely brilliant. She started sprinting since the ball was struck. Like she anticipated the ball would go through the fielder, and she got there in quick time and prevented even two. For a shot like that, which had 4 written all over it, she restricted them to 1.
Yeah, that's what we call cricket awareness. Just always backing up, always looking for the errors. 9 gone. We're almost at the halfway stage. It's 50 for 3.
Going along nicely, I would say, but 3 wickets down. You can't ill afford to get one of these out at this time. They need to continue to build and rebuild. They've not done a bad job so far. Last wicket fell in the scores on 30. They've posted now some 21s, safely so. Are we going to see another change in bowling? Yeah, well, Gordon is finished, and so.
Yeah, change enforced, and it's going to be the skipper, Shakir Selman, who comes into the attack now from his media centre end. They find themselves in a similar position to where Guyana was in their game. Guyana, they reached 56 for 2 after 10, currently 50 for 3 after 9 Leeward Islands. Guyana went on to be 110 for 2 and 18 to get the victory in that game. And I must say, it's a fantastic batting surface out there. So they're going to need runs in order to pose a challenge for Barbados. Oh, and that one just moving away quite nicely from the bat of Pearl Etienne, the experienced campaigner of Shakir Selman. She was looking not only to keep things tight, but maybe pick up one here as well.
At the start of the T20 Blaze, this track had a touch of green on it. It was the greenest of the 3 that I saw, and I think it favored a bit for the bowlers, but now it has settled down and you can make ones on this.
It's an absolute gem of a track, and the totals that we've seen so far, all in excess of 100 for the games that have been played here so far, and that's different to what we saw across the first 3 rounds of this competition. So round number 4, it certainly gave you signs of what we've wanted to see in this tournament in terms of batters applying themselves, batters taking risks, and those risks paying off, teams getting in excess of 100. batters being positive and showing intent. And I think of even like the Leeward Islands, and they put on a fantastic batting performance across what would have been the last match. And funny enough, even in round 3 also. And I think the difference is the fact that they went out with an almost fearless attitude and said, well, you know what, we're just going to free our minds and bat. We've started to see that creep in to the tournament so far. It's been lovely to see a few more spectators have come out and enjoyed as well. All in all, a fantastic outing here at this T20 Blaze. Well, just over the outstretched arms of Selman. Probably needed to be 6 feet maybe to reel that one in.
I think the left and right combination, they're giving the bowlers a bit of a challenge. And the fielders too, they're just not hitting the exact marks.
A brilliant work at point by Keela Elliott. And every run will count for them. Every run that they save will matter. And that's actually how teams have just managed to lose their way and offer momentum to other sides. So far, we've seen kind of like a seesaw in this encounter so far, where the Windwards were getting some runs. Now Barbados just starting to pull things back as we get towards that halfway stage. Just one delivery left now. It's a dot. 10 overs bowled. It's 51 for 3.
It's at this point that they take a break. Joel Manny will also take a break. I'll be rejoined by Victor Eddy. The groundsmen come out to freshen up the place. Drinks come out for both batters and fielders. And at that point, they're going to have a chat.
Yes, and this is most appropriate for all the teams to regroup, and what can be the reproach for the Barbados team and also to the Windwards team for the next 10 overs, what the Windward Islands will feel comfortable with as a total to challenge Barbados. But one of the challenges that I anticipate that the Windward Islands would have, that they will bowl on the second part of this encounter, and in other words, they may just be that element factor of the dew coming in and the ball a lot much more difficult to grip. But then if teams have been practicing to bowl with damp balls also too, which I would like to believe, not having any information in that instance, that will be a good thing too. So when those conditions present themselves, that they will be able to adjust themselves and do well in those circumstances. You're not missing any play at the moment. The ground staff are doing their usual gardening. Well, all the players have been refreshed and they're going to their respective positions. That's the Barbados team. They wanted to stay against the Windward Islands at Warner Park and decided that they will bowl first. So I believe that might be one of the equations coming into their decision by asking the Windward Islands to bat first. But interestingly so, a very interesting competitor too, Kelly Elliott, right arm, leg break and googly bowler. The art that is much more challenging of the spinners, and so far throughout this tournament she has been very good and on par, and this can be a real asset for the Barbados team. But we are about ready to resume just after the refreshment break. 51 for 3 is the Windward Islands batting first. Here is Quiana Joseph Etienne trying to hit one over long on. She got it on the inner portion of the bat, and it went to a short backward square on the onside where it was Alison Gordon coming off the boundary. But in the meantime, the batters were able to get one. So her 4 overs, that is Elliott, the wrist spinner, bowling from the Southern or Lozak Road end. And usually when you get to your length as a leg break and googly bowler, you're really on. And when you do not have it, I mean, it's an invitation for the batsmen to score runs.
Well, she escaped on that occasion because it was a short ball, very short ball, and Kenneth Joseph rocked back but slapped it into the ground. Didn't get any wrong at all.
Well, sometimes when batters place the emphasis a lot of times on absolute power, sometimes it's still good to think about placement and timing, but there was placement and timing down to long on. Etienne gets herself another run. 53 is the total for 3. We are 10.3 projected score, 101 at this particular moment of play. Well, spinners usually bring a different aspect for batters, especially if you're not moving your feet. Yes, she's moving her feet and hitting this one well, but there's a fielder coming around to her right on the deep mid-wicket boundary area on the western side, and now comes a signal for a free hit, which is a no ball. So, as we alluded to earlier, 3 ways a batter can be out in this T20 blaze: run out, obstruction, or hitting the ball twice. That has been rare in cricket where batters hit the balls twice, but it can exist, so the rules are in place. But 55 for 3. The Windward Islands batting first. Kelly Elliott operating from the Southern or Lozak Road end. And that one looks like the googly. And Ali picked up that one knowing that a googly can only be perfect if the as Kelly Elliott is a right arm leg break and googly bowler, that left shoulder will drop. And really not having on the glasses but still seeing it well from this distance. And here is another one, but a good way to conclude the over. So after 11, the Windward Islands batting first after being sent in by Barbados. They are 55 for 3.
55 for 3. Not a bad position to be in after 11 overs. You can continue from there. The building and building process is well and truly on. Some 25 runs partnership without losing a wicket. The last 2 with the score on 30. And we have 2 set batters now in Etienne and Joseph. And sorry, yes, Kiana Joseph.
Well, Selman, the captain for Barbados, she has introduced herself early into the attack, and really a good current run rate, though. They're at 5, but 3 wickets down. If these two can establish a partnership, even more so from a Windward Islands point of view, that will be good for them to put a total that they can challenge Barbados. But Selman will have other ideas as she races away from the northern. A delivery played out to a short mid-on, but a little wide, but well within distance of the 25-yard circle. Normally at Edwards, it's usually a 30-yard circle, but for the women's series, it is, as the boundaries also is not the usual existing boundaries in the male format. So there are different rules that governs this T20 Blaze series. And here is another no ball, and good throw, and looking whereby if the batter was out of the ground, she could have been run out, but a free hit, another no ball, and the Windward Islands will have to cash in, Al Edwards, on these free hits.
Yes, I think Selman, from since the last match I saw her in, had a problem with her run-up. And she just kept overstepping.
Well, if you
lost the plot for a while.
Yeah, if you're missing your runner, you feel a little uncomfortable before releasing, do not release. That has been a basic thing that the coaches will instruct to all bowlers. Selman would be no different, but she's the captain for Barbados. Short, being hammered into the mid-wicket area. Is the hand another no ball? And when also the and another no ball, another free hit. So But then Selman is questioning and just probably asking the umpire politely, well, where did I overstep or thing? So at least nothing is wrong with asking the officiator and the umpire, well, where did you infringe, you know? So she didn't do anything wrong. 11.1 overs, 59 total, 3 wickets down. Projected score from here, 106.
Yeah, Victor, but meanwhile, we must thank Joel for sponsoring pizza for all the commentators tonight.
Well, and when you get your break, you'll get yours. I know you'll have mine in reservation, that's no doubt. Another no ball, but on this free hit, only one, it's being struck. But Selman, and being the captain, it might be a good thing to pull herself out of the attack.
She did that last time.
Pull herself out of the attack, and even try to go to the southern end then and expel a round. She's questioning the umpire. Nothing is wrong with that. She looks like she's doing it in a polite manner. And the umpire must be saying, well, and the captain too should be more leading by example. Yes, you can ask a question, but don't make it too obvious like you're staying there and you're having that exchange of words that probably could be into an argument instead of...
Even from here, we're seeing her overstepping.
But we can't hear it.
But we can't get to tell her.
61 for 3 and projected score from here, 109. The current run rate is 5.4, which is not bad. But if these two can carry on into the 15th before losing any wicket, then the last 5 with wickets in hand, who knows what can happen. But Selman, let us hope that she'll get it right on this occasion. It seems like she has gotten it right, but in the meantime, though, those free hits, which were no balls by the captain Selman, they were not costly to Barbados in that sense. So that within itself too is a good enterprise that it didn't go off a great cost. But Salman will have to work out and get her run in order. 62 for 3, 11.2.
It was not very costly. Let's see how she'll finish the over. The advantage that the Windwards has is that she has to bowl 4 more balls in this over, and she already has really bowled 4. Full toss. Crack down to long off. Gordon comes off the boundary. Fields gets the ball back in. So yet another single pushes the score on to 63 for 3.
Yes, left and right hander, and every time that strike exchanges, I'm left to wonder if that might have been a contribution for Selman bowling those no ball deliveries. But anyway, here is she. She'll try again. Gets it right on this occasion. And the umpire indicating to her square leg. It appears like she had up 2 fingers. And 2 more balls to be bowled. 63 it is for 3. Projected score from here.
I think it has a lot to do with her run up. She has she's not using the marker given to her. She's just simply scratching the ground. And given this kind of dry old field, maybe she's getting mixed up with the scratches as to which one is hers. A lot of teams use this spray even before they start of play. They go out and mark and put on their mark S or whatever.
Yes, but also, in doing so, every bowler must know how many steps. In that vein,
she did count her steps.
She counted her steps. Okay.
The ground rather than
Thanks for drawing that to my attention.
Yes, rather than putting the marker, I'm seeing the marker there, but she's not using it for sure. But she's done well so far with the last 4 balls. Let's see how she can finish. Almost another mix-up for one out as Joseph drove that one into the extra cover region. A little hesitation, and then they finally got it right. Now they're going to talk about it in a mid-pitch conference.
But interestingly, as the total is 64 for 3, some 12 extras already. So that was a factor for the Leeward Islands team. They batted first against Trinidad and Tobago and they scored 120, which was a ball a run. But then they conceded to 11 extras in that equation. So that also was a factor. And obviously, all the coaches will be looking at many areas where they can improve all the teams that they are responsible for. And obviously, wides and no balls is a factor that all the teams had challenges with. But 64 for 3, 5.3 is the current run rate. So even though 3 wickets are down, the projected score 107. Well, we have seen before teams even getting under 100. It was a challenge for the teams chasing, but here is a delivery. One swung down to long leg. I think it's Alison Gordon, the fielder down there. And in the meantime, the batters were able to get another run, 65 for 3.
Well, we see Connell returned for a second spell. In her first spell, she was knocked on a bit. She just went for 5 and over. She had problems with no balls as well. She put down about 3 no balls during her first spell. But they brought her back because they realized that Etienne and Joseph seems to the eyes are opening wide to the leg spinner Elliott, and they want to go after her. So they've bring back the pace of Connell to see if they could keep them quiet. But for the first ball, she hasn't done so.
And one of the things too, because it's 2020 cricket, that once no batters get accustomed of 2 particular bowlers bowling straight through their 4 overs, which will be 8, then it makes batters think differently, because you have to make the various adjustments to the various bowlers. But Connell, really, she has been successful, first of all, in the Super 50, which Barbados, they came as the defending champions and won it again. And here is she from the southern end. And one crack down to a wide mid-off. It looks like not to certain the fielder, but the batter is on the ground. Etienne, did you see what happened there on that occasion, Al Edwards?
Only one thing I could conclude: a hamstring pull.
A hamstring.
Because she cracked the ball, dashed off down the wicket, and halfway down the wicket, she started to limp.
Okay.
And then went to go on signaling for help.
Well, and we know that if it is a severe pull, it can be very serious to the extent where she might have to retire hurt. But from a Barbados point of view, we would hope that, but we can see she will be getting all the assistances from her physio staffs who are going out. And for those of you who might just be joining the view here and the conversation at Warner Park, we can greet you with the news by telling you that Barbados won the toss against the Windward Islands and opted to field. And after 12.2, the Windward Islands are 66 for 3. Projected score from here on at a current run rate of 5.3 is 107. Well, she's getting the necessities now. And hearing Al Edwards made that claim of observation that it's a possibility there might just have been the hamstring. Well, he have been associated with not just cricket, as we had worn many caps, still continue to wear many caps. He was also more passionate about soccer, but on this occasion he will know. And then sometimes that occurs, Al, for confirmation, when sometimes a player try to give a quicker sprint, or they can slip, they can lose the footing to an extent, and then they stretch that muscle, which only heals by treatment. Well,
I'm seeing a signal now from it looks like
she's gonna come off.
Well, if it's hamstring, if I'm anywhere near correct, she's done.
Yes, and I think you would have gotten that right. And it isn't, knowing you for many years, you were never a student who really went below 7 or 8. So definitely you would never get naught out of 10. And yes, well,
this one looks like 10 out of 10.
Yes, and 10 out of 10.
That's a hamstring. That's a hamstring.
It is.
She can't even walk for her. She's gonna be piggybacked off of the field. The strong figure of Alistair James, it looks like,
and that
taken off the field.
And that is the causes when you pull a hamstring. I remembered one time in a club match, right here at Warner Park, that I was the victim at one time with a hamstring. and I had to be lifted off the field.
As she's been doing now.
Yes, has been doing now, and I couldn't even release my own trousers to take it off. How painful it was, and really, that's always going to occur in sports, whereby injuries, and we would hope, because as we all know, that is ice and rest. But 66 for 3, 12.2 overs have been completed. The Windward Islands batting first, but Barbados won the toss, and Crafton is the new player going in, and definitely this is a wide. So one more to the total, advances it to 67 for 3, and the coaches and bowlers too have a responsibility that when they go in the nets to really try and see how often they can bowl more wicket-to-wicket deliveries. But everything in this game is hard work cricket. Here is one this time. The batter getting back onto it. It travels quickly down to long leg. And that was Kiana Joseph, I think. Yes, the left-hander. And one more to the total, 68 for 3.
I think, Victor, that Connell is actually trying to bounce out Joseph. This third or fourth short ball, she has the two fielders back, one at backward square and one on that fine leg, and she's preparing that short ball into Joseph. So she's trying to get a miss hook.
Well, she will more likely have to get it on center and off, not on leg side going down. But let us see what would happen on this occasion if it's another one, but more striving for the York on that occasion. And Crafton was dragging it into a mid-on area. No run, 68 for 3, 12.4. Projected score from now is 107.
Immediately you see she's up to the bat for Crafton. Not so with Joseph. Let's see if she will prove me wrong here. Slow one.
Yes, nice pace off the ball on that delivery. And we have not seen many deliveries where the medium pacers were taking pace off the ball, but that definitely was a good thought, and it also is a very good delivery if you can really disguise it in a very clever way, and she did on that occasion, operating from the southern end corner.
She had Crafton totally fooled.
She tried it again, and there's a possibility she might get a wicket. Yes, it's Elliott at point taking the catch. Another one. Like I said before, if she can get it on about center and off, but it appeared that that one was pitched just on about off stump short, and that was more of a necessity, and it brought the result. Another victim going down for the Windward Islands. They are now 68 for 4. Al Edwards.
Well, that was the plan, but wrong batter, because it seems to me she really wanted Kiana Joseph, but Kiana Joseph got away with the short ball, got a single, and exposed the new batter Crafton. Crafton tried to go into the offside. Ball was just too close to her for that type of shot. Spooned it up in the air, and the fielder, it looked like Elliott, who just came around and plucked it out of the air.
Yeah, it was Elliott, and sometimes too, now that the lights are on here at Warner Park, but that one did not ascend above the lighting. PLV that has been played here at Warner Park, we have not really seen, if it was, there were not many balls that went beyond the lighting, because then when it's descending, it is more difficult. Any part of the field, any fielder would be, it is usually more difficult. But Elliott saw it. It was not too high in the air, even though it went more than 6 feet from the ground, and she took it comfortably. 68 for 4. Change of bowling, and beaten outside the off stump. Herbert is into the attack from the northern end, or being reintroduced. And Barbados in a very good position. 6 wickets in hand, standing for the Windward Islands. Here is another delivery, and it looks like she's getting some turn as a right arm off spinner. We can claim bowling over the wicket from the northern end. A point, a cover, extra cover, a long off, a fine leg, a feeler, on the square leg boundary, one on the mid wicket and one on the long on. So she has protection out into the deep areas of the field. Flighted, struck down to. Oh, and a good stop by the fielder coming to her right and actually hitting the stump. But here is an opportunity from the ricochet from the stump. The batters were able to get two. So a little fortune there for the Windward Islands.
Extra one.
70. 70.
It deserves to.
It deserves to.
Yeah.
70 for 4.
Herbert was a bit expensive in the first 2 overs.
Well,
Now she's trying to recover. 2 runs off the over so far. The first 2 overs went for 14, 7 and over. So let's see if she can tighten up.
Kiana Joseph is hitting that one out to square leg, earning another run, 71 for 4.
It'll be 2 runs because
Oh.
it's no ball.
30,
I thought I
30.
heard no ball. I saw indicate. No, okay, it's not a no.
No.
Safely so.
No, it's not a free hit. But we have had a few. I think probably 3 or 4 so far in this inning.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, and the captain Selman was the guilty one on that occasion. And here is Herbert, full toss, driven straight down the ground. And a fielder, even though at wide mid-on, it was struck so straight that it earned 4 runs. It was a valiant effort, but not good enough to pull it in. And using the full face of the bat, that is always one of the more delightful cricket strokes that you can see. And it was almost collided to the non-strikers, but earned 4 runs. Here is one being pulled, but there is a fielder on the backward square leg boundary. And in the meantime, so quite a productive over of the 14th. So after 14 overs, Windward Islands batting first after Barbados won the toss and asked them to have first. Now they are 76 for 4. 4 wickets.
Miss Herbert Mayer is a bit still expensive. She's yielded some 22 runs from her 3 overs. As you see, the reintroduction of spin. Elliott coming back with her leg spinners. And Google is, I must add. We've seen 1 or 2 from her.
Yeah, and I really admire and like Elliott as a right-hand wrist spin and Google bowler. She has good control because it is not an easy art in that aspect. But like I had a few words with her and I told her that in the future, just keep practicing hard because you have to put in a lot of work to really get it right and consistently right.
Especially in the shorter form of the game.
Especially in the shorter form of the game. Here is a delivery. She looks like she's going to get success. No. But a good effort from the fielder at slip. The batter was trying to hit it at square leg, got a top edge, and it is Selman, the captain at slip, making a valiant effort, which was a good try, and it is good when players make good effort, make catches or balls that airborne, that may be a half chance. Really, once players make the effort, and that was a good example by the captain Selman. She's just doing a little gardening to the batter now by most likely tying the bootlace of the left boot. 78 for 4. The Windward Islands batting first. Projected score from here on in 110.
And you can see she's being very fair, not tying the right boot to the left boot, but tying it in the proper manner. This is Malika Edwards, who just got away. She's on 7.
Oh, another no ball. Another no ball. Well, when spinners bowl no balls, though, it is it is interesting, I would say. But that was one. And a lot of reasons could contribute that by that. Not because they're spinners. Probably she might have been trying to...
Let's try to pick up what is she doing, whether she's cutting or she's going all the way over.
They run one out to deep extra cover. Looking at the replay, the batter did move because I was looking at the height, but in any event, it was not. 80 it is for 4. Windwards batting first, 14.2 overs. Elliott is operating from the southern end, the right arm and leg break and googly bowler. Has done good so far, thoroughly expensive in terms, and here is a good delivery. That's the googly. Mixing them up, and she's getting bunks. Yeah, well, she has a high arm action too, so that can contribute also to for her getting that element of bounce. Let us see what happened on this occasion. She tried another one, but it was a little short going across the batter, and no run. So not very expensive. 2.4 overs, 14 runs. I would say that is reasonable.
If she can finish strong.
Good stroke. Straight over the bowler's head. Would it split the two fielders? No. There is only one run that the batters is going to get. Advances the Windward Islands total on to 81 for 4.
She didn't go with too much power that time. She just lifted it over the bowler's head and headed off for a single.
Yes, well, here is Elliott again flighting. And it is very a brave move when you see spinners flighting in 2020 cricket. Well, after 15, it is 81 for 4. And I will be rejoined by Joel Manning after his very sumptuous dinner. Some will be there for you, so you know that Joel is a very kind guy, so don't even ask. Just use your discretion. Joel, welcome back. But here, no, and this is a point that you always be consistent with. The last 5 overs, once there is wickets in hand, you can accelerate, and Joel, you've been consistent by claiming that, and that is very valuable in shoot. Wickets in hand, 81 for 4, 4 wickets down, 5 more overs to go, and that is always where you can take at times with good shot selection more element of trying to go for 6s and 4s. Welcome back.
Yeah, certainly will want to double down here. The Windward Islands, I mentioned the fact that their innings are taking a similar pattern to that of Guyana, currently at 81 to 4 now after 15. Now we see the introduction of Aaliyah Williams to bowl her first tonight. And she started one dangerously close to that white line. But certainly looking at it in terms of balls left, 30 balls, they probably want to tell themselves that at minimum, probably getting, let's say, 5-6 boundaries. And looking at that alone, that's 20 runs added on, so that's 100. And that's still meaning that you still have another 20 deliveries or so to whether or not you get 1s or 2s there, and that's how you get towards that total of 120 plus. Oh, that looks good. That's going to help their cause. A brilliant connection from Kiana Joseph.
Yes, a good stroke. It was short and going down the leg side, and even though there is a mid-wicket on the boundary, but she got it where a square leg, if a square leg was there, no doubt it might have just been 1 run, but well executed, and that's a good start to the over for the Windwards. Races on now to 85 for 4.
Yeah, length and line incorrect there from Aaliyah Williams, and this now puts pressure on her because just 2 deliveries into the over, 4 runs from it already. Kiana Joseph probably looking to take a lot more out of this one. Well, she looks for more, and she gets more.
Yes, and Kiana Joseph using good shot selection. This one was pitched more of a full length, and she did not try to hit across the line of the ball. She actually struck it in a wide long on area, and she has earned another boundary. So this over is very good so far for the Windward Islands, 89 for 4.
I'm just wondering if this might prompt a change in the field for them. In fact, no, opting to keep things as they are. It'll be interesting to see whether or not she changes the line that she's bowling to Joseph. Still on those pads. This time, though, a much quieter result, just 1 for her. Definitely will prefer bowling to Malika Edwards, even though Edward has been striking quite nice already with just 8 from 6 deliveries. But this is certainly a period now whereby they've started to pick up that momentum, and they might want to just keep it going here. 90 for 4, the Windward Islands. Well, she's going to be punished again. Make that 3 boundaries in the over.
Yes, and 13 runs so far out of this over, or you know, and this is a very valuable over for the Windward Islands. And this is where the aspect of shot selection comes in, because there is no need now for the batter to use any indiscretion after getting 13 runs thus far in the over.
You say that, but I'd be going again, Victor, especially if it's similar to a ball like before. Oh, they scamper one, and they'll settle for that. An extremely productive over, a valuable over for the Windward Islands. 14 from it, it's a 95 for 4.
Yes, after 16 overs. So the Windward Islands right now, and well, definitely they're going to get over 100. I'm not certain how much over the 100 that they will get. But the more important thing here now for the Windward Islands is that they have wickets in hand, but still the two batters who are out there and building a partnership, still your shot selection has to be on. Yes, you're accelerating good, but select which one you'll go for, the 6s or 4s. And if that is not possible, you must be getting the 1s and the 2s.
I mentioned the fact that in the last 30, at bare minimum, targeting at least 5 or 6 boundaries. Out of those 6 deliveries, they've already taken 3. And that is certainly good going by them if they can carry on at least a boundary or 2 per over here.
Go!
A no ball. Another indiscretion. Another bowler steps over that front line. And the question here now is, can they capitalize on it? Oh, in fact, cutting the side
of the return crease. Of the crease, not overstepping, but outside of the crease. And when that happens,
free hit here.
Ooh,
not made to pay for it, Barbados. So they actually gotten away with quite a few no balls here.
that is so true. The Barbados have been let off the hook, because this might be probably, that was the 5th, if not the 4th. But here is one, and it's going to the right of the fielder. Ooh. And thrown to the non-striker's end. And in the meantime, the batters were able to get another run. So these two are putting together a reasonable partnership. Quiana Joseph, 29 of 38, while Edward is 15 of 10. So short, being pulled into the square leg area. It crosses the line, and another boundary. So the Windward Islands now on to 99 for 4, and putting themselves in a position where they can set a total and challenge Barbados when the opportunity comes to bat.
Yeah, well, the handbrake is down now, and they're motoring down that hill. The Windward Islands capitalizing on the fact that that delivery was short from Keela Edwards, but she really rocked back quite nicely, got into position, and picked the gap perfectly there, Quiana Joseph. Well, this could be a double delight. Drops just inside. Oh, this is fantastic cricket. Sublime cricket here from the Windward Islands.
Yes, 103 for 4. The 100 is on the board. And these two, and Joseph more so of the two. She's now 37 from 40 deliveries, while Edward is 15 from 10. So very valuable partnership. And if these two can bat out the overs and go like they're going, game on hand. And here is one being played down to mid-off, but on this occasion, there is no run. So 16.5, 107 projected score from here on in, 127.
Well, another expensive over comes to an end. 12 runs in it, 107 for 4.
Yes, and that is after 17 overs. So Elliott has gone to be very expensive, and I think this could be probably the most expensive she has been in this T20 Blaze cricket right here at Warner Park. After 4 overs, that's Elliott, 27 runs. Well, 107 is the total for 4. projected score from here on in 126. So the Windwards would feel very pleased at this particular moment, but will also like to continue in that vein by getting boundaries.
Certainly would want to continue, as it's Tiani Herbert Mears to bowl once again from this media center end. She's bowled 3 none for 22 so far. It's been interesting to note across this tournament when balls are struck back at her, she actually opts to get out of the way of the deliveries. I'm not sure if the Barbados team are quite happy with that. Needs to put her body on the line here. All for the cause,
Indeed.
they say.
That's right. And you know, Joel, what I've seen, and I've seen it on the international scene, and it becomes a concern to me personally. A lot of times with the presiding umpire, sometimes the ball is struck so hard, but here is one struck out to deep mid-wicket, but there's a feeler on the boundary, but in the meantime, the batters will get another run, advances the Windward Islands total onto 108 for 4, where you see umpires taking evasive actions. Well, I've said it a long time before that I would like to believe that it should be compulsory that umpires should be wearing helmets now for protection personally, because say for instance, for your height, right, as a medium pace bowler, and the umpire presiding is of the same height with you, and the batsman struck it back to your head height, but you just move at the last moment, how much time does the presiding umpire have to move? Careful, it's dangerous, the game, and everybody should be protected. I've seen it, and here, no protection though, going out to square leg, a delivery that was pulled down short, and 4 more runs to the Windward Islands, and the percentage of boundaries has been high so far, and no doubt we will get that in a while, but 17.4 overs is in progress, 113 for 4. And there are many persons who are suspicious about numbers. I do not know if you are that type, Joel, 13. But if you give me $13,000, I wouldn't give you back 1 and keep 12.
Well, numbers aren't my thing, but certainly the Windward Islands are enjoying the numbers at the moment. Certainly put what looks to be a very good total on the board so far.
Bowl, a wicket, well deserved and well needed at this particular time. But Joel, a most valuable partnership by those two. And I think they have placed the Windward Islands in a position where for the remaining deliveries whatsoever they get, they should feel that they can defend it. But on the other hand, Barbados, who have been playing well, we could never tell what can be the outcome. But we are anticipating, whichsoever way this match goes, it's going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, certainly will be an interesting one. Tiani Herbert Mears picks up her first. You know, she's got figures of 1 for 28 with just 1 left in her 4th over. She will enjoy that, especially given how the batters were looking to get after her. A bit slower in the air there to draw. Malika Edward down, missed it. The result, a lovely one for Barbados. They make the breakthrough. That partnership comes to an 113 for 5. There's 17.5 overs. And outstrides Karina Noel to the crease.
Yes, and what this opportunity does for new batters too is that they're not under any pressure. The only pressure is to keep the existing board ticking over. So what would be preferred from a Windward Islands point of view if she can get a run, or this is the last delivery, but did the right thing possibly to just play it quietly back down the turf for the bowler to feel to home bowling. So Quiana Joseph, she will remain on strike, and this is a good knock for her, and no doubt experience came into her thoughts that getting a start, that it is more appropriate if she can try to go to the end, and she's almost there to the end. So after 18 overs, 113 for 5, the Windward Islands was asked by Barbados to bat first after winning the toss, and the Windward Islands have made good use of it by the total that they have at this particular moment of play. And no doubt for the remaining deliveries, they will try to accumulate and see how many more that they can get.
12 balls for the Windward Islands to face, and they would want to ensure that Kiana Joseph faces the majority of those. She's been at the crease for some time. She's been striking it well. She's been seeing it good. And probably has the best chance of finding the boundary. Somebody, though, that will stand in her way. Shamelia Connell. She's bowled 3-1 for 14 so far. Her final over, and certainly this is a better game for her. I mentioned the fact very expensive in the game before this. Her figures, though, look fantastic for Barbados at the moment, and she will want to close it out here. 6 balls for her to bowl. And just one. And more importantly, though, it means that Kiana Joseph is off strike. And this is what Barbados will enjoy, even if they're not able to get the wicket of Karina Noel. If they can keep her there on strike, get 2, 3, 4 dot balls, especially given that this is his penultimate over, that over that people say gives you that momentum into the final one, they will certainly be happy with it. Here to face her first now from Connell. And just sliding down the leg side there on the angle. Bowling around the wicket to the left-hander is Connell. But the Windwards won't mind that leg bite because it means that Joseph is once again facing. Where does she target, though? A lot of space in that mid-wicket region. Is she going to leg? It's an area that she's favoured a lot. Slower delivery. A brilliant change of pace from Shamelia Connell. Going to all of her skills, going to that bag of tricks that she's accumulated over the years playing cricket, not just at this level, but at the highest level as well. And this is what you want. You want your experienced campaigners to show up in moments like this. We mentioned the fact that this is a massive game. The result of this one, important for both sides. Pace on. And just one more to the total. It's just 3 runs in it. A relatively quiet penultimate over. A brilliant catch from Shakira Selman. She's claiming it, and the umpire says yes. Connell gets another one. That's 2 now for her, and the 6th wicket down for the Windward Islands.
Yes, and that is good in this particular over by getting a wicket, and 116 it is now for 5. So once a new batter is coming in, it is a good opportunity to end well here. Connell operating from the southern end. 116 for 6. Projected score from here is 123. Well, the Windward Islands have posted at this particular moment a total that they obviously may figure or should figure that they can defend. But on the other hand, Barbados, who have been playing well, they too would know what it takes to really overhaul a total. But at the same time too, this encounter, like I said before, whichever way it goes, a game on hand here at Warner Park. Another good game on hand, I must say, here at Warner Park. Well, let us see if Connell will reap further success. She's on her way. She looks for that. And did the ideal thing, I thought, by trying for the Yorker. And it struck the batter on the pad. And no run, so a very good over.
Yeah, certainly a fantastic over from Connell. I mentioned her going to that experience. You saw her change up the pace. You also saw her change her lengths as well, occasionally short with pace on, going full with pace off. Fantastic over from her to ensure that her team has that momentum going in to the final over. You mentioned that, you know, Windward Islands might maybe feel slightly comfortable with a 122 at that projected score. I dare say not, and I in fact believe that 122 is probably below par on this batting track that we've seen. And at 122, they would almost have to execute perfectly, I think, and have a fielding effort like they did versus Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Divas, and a bowling effort like that as well, if they are to restrict Barbados. This track right now is fantastic for batting, and I do think that they probably might feel that they needed to probably have maybe, let's say, 130 just above that on the board. And yes, it's just 8 runs difference, but that is the difference when you go into the last over needing 2 or needed 10, you know. And I certainly know that on this batting surface, 122 to my mind is probably just a bit below par, especially looking at how Guyana batted, looking at how Trinidad batted as well, and Barbados, a fantastic batting unit. Also, the captain, Shakira Selma, will bowl the final 6 deliveries of this one. A ring of fielders on that 25-yard circle on the offside, all the protection on the leg side and long off as well. Here she comes. And a misfield means it gets through that offside ring. A good start to the final over here for the Windward Islands.
Yes, and that is what the Windward Islands needed off of the first delivery. I'm not too certain, even though Selman is the captain, for how she has been bowling. I mean, she's taken on the responsibility by bowling the final over. But I have a different view in that aspect. I believe some of the bowler, based upon her percentage of no balls that she have bowled, and no doubt they will be hoping that she does not infringe those lines again in this final and important over.
Pressure on. How does she come back here now? Well, this one goes the distance. It's parried over the boundary. And that's now 10 runs in 2 balls. And also the 50 for Kiana Joseph. Fantastic work for her. She's happy. The Windwards are happy. But they're going to want some more runs to close it out.
Yes, and 50 or 48 deliveries. Very valuable and important innings by Kiana Joseph. Runs on the board. But the other side of this encounter too, it's going to be in the power play, how many runs they could get to keep abrasive with the required run rate, how they apply themselves, that is Barbados, in their chase, and how much they use appropriate shot selection, running between the wickets, everything going to come into the equation. But it is anticipated that we're going to have a very, very good second half of this encounter. But Selman, the captain, I said it, that I believe she should have gone for someone else, but she's want to lead by example, and not a good example so far in this over. And a dot ball, 126 for 6.
A good refusal of a single there on that occasion. Kiana Joseph, to my mind, has to face every single delivery in this final over, and if she does not, she must be the one that walks back into the pavilion, must go. It's interesting that Barbados made a change after that ball was parried across the boundary. They've now put Aaliyah Aline down at long on after Najani Cumberbatch put that one down. 3 balls left in this one. And she's bowled. So success at last for the skipper, Shakira Selman. But a wonderful knock by Kiana Joseph, and she's probably set her side up here for what will be a fantastic match.
Yes, super magnificent innings from Kiana Joseph. Really has laid a good foundation for her team, the Windward Islands. Runs on the board, 126 for 7. 2 deliveries to be bowled in this first segment of this T20 Blaze regional women's cricket. And it is anticipated, whichever way that this goes, it's going to be a very, very intriguing. And so far, this first part, very, very good. And no doubt, the second segment will even be more relevant and even more important as to how it concludes. But Selman has gotten the valuable wicket. And because Kiana Joseph was there, a new batter coming in with just 2 deliveries, what can she get?
Yeah, Cassie Williams, the new batter. And she gets a good connection. They scamper 1. Will they think of 2? No, they don't. So it means that the Maya Marcelin, she's going to face the final delivery of this match. I mentioned getting to 130 would probably be about par here. Can they get that, the Windward Islands?
Because 128 has been the highest total so far in the Blaze. So 127 with one delivery to be bowled. So would the Windward Islands get the highest total so far in this T20 Blaze series. But a good total on the board, and well, one can say that it is out of the reach of Barbados because they have very good batters also too. But a lot of things can always give a different picture to any cricket match, and this one is no different. But here is Selman with the final delivery. What would happen? And they would get 1 run to close off the 20 overs. So after 20 overs, the Windward Islands have scored 128 for 7 off of their 20 overs. Barbados won the toss and decided that the Windwards should bat first. And I think that the Windwards have made proper use of batting first, 128. But Barbados will have their opportunity, no doubt, in some 10 minutes' time when they get the opportunity at the crease. So Joel Manning, as we anticipated, a good game, and obviously the second half is going to be even more interesting than the first half.
Yeah, certainly a good game on hand here. The first half of it, though, is done and dusted. 128 for 7, which means that 128 in 120 deliveries is what Barbados will need if they want to move to 20 points. For the Windward Islands, though, can they restrict them and get that all-important 4 points to take them to 12 and ever closer to what will be their first title in this CWA Women's T20 Blades? Well, it's time to take a quick break, and when we come back, more exciting T20 action. The story before us, 129 runs, 120 balls. Good night and welcome back to Warner Park, the final innings of action here in round number 4 of the CWA Women's T20 Blaze. Barbados taking on the Windward Islands, essentially what we're terming a semi-final clash of action. Who comes out on the good end of it, the right end of it? Well, time will tell. Alongside of me is Al. And, well, how do you see this shaping up?
Coming right arm over the wicket here. Ready?
Well, the pair of Kaisia Knight and Delia Aline will open the batting. And Janelia Glasgow has the ball in hand. And that one's going to find its way into the boundary, coming off the pad. So 4 leg byes gets the account opened for Barbados. I certainly do think that it will be a task, and I mentioned the performance that the Windward Islands had in the previous match versus Trinidad and Tobago, Red Force Divas, in terms of how they bowled and how they fielded. And I said that certainly they will need to put on a similar performance to that to keep Barbados quiet. But also knowing that the track really and truly, as they say, doesn't have much demons in it. We've seen sides just apply themselves, and literally every side that has played today, as long as they've applied themselves, they've gotten runs. And beyond that, funny enough, the trend so far has been the teams chasing today have been the ones to come out on top. Certainly the Windwards will want to change that fate, but I do think that it will be, or will require, a very committed effort from the Windwards.
Only one! Middle, please.
That's middle stump.
Thank you.
Coming
Yeah,
right
certainly
arm over.
indeed. Thinking about Kiana Joseph to bowl a bit later, Affie Fletcher as well. Those pair, that 8 overs that they bowl will be very important for them. More leg bays to the total. I also spoke about the fact that in terms of that conversation that I had with Pearl Etienne in the interview, and I'm looking on the field and I see that she's still off the field as well, carrying that injury. And she mentioned that this is the best that she's ever seen the Windward Islands play, and the performances and the results are speaking to that as well. And they'll be hoping they'll certainly be hoping that momentum continues for them, because I do know that they believe, I do know that there's good spirits in the camp in terms of how they are on their off days as well. They're all together. They had a beach session, or not necessarily a session, but they had a beach day yesterday evening together as a team. They came back into the hotel smiling, and I do know that they want this. It would be their first title in the T20 Blaze. No better time than now to strike gold. Oh, that's a lovely shot from Aliyah Aline. Gets her off the mark. Quite a positive one, that is.
Exquisite. From the moment he left the bat.
Over.
Well executed. Rock back and got on top of it and clipped it through the backward point area.
Well, 11 coming from the first over for Barbados. And in comes that lady that I spoke about, Kiana Joseph. She's picked up wickets in this tournament. Took some fantastic catches as well in that game versus Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Divas. had a 5-wicket haul in the Super 50, a hat-trick as well, has bagged herself some wickets in the T20 Blaze, and she'll be hoping that she can pick a pepper, as they say, right about now. Kaisia Knight is in good form. Aliyah Aline coming off of a half-century as well. They will know that they need to make early inroads into this Barbados side. The two fielders out, cover and a deep mid-wicket.
Well, certainly Barbados after a rollicking start, 11 runs off the first over. And let's see how they will handle Kiana Joseph. But 11 runs, they could take their time and look to see what she's offering, because they're way ahead of the required run rate.
You said take their time, but I don't think that might be the approach for Kaisia Knight. She's very positive, likes to get after the bowling. And when thinking about totals like this, you definitely want to get off to a good start, make some early inroads. She's going to be positive. A good sound off the bat, but no runs for her. It's all about doing those hard yards in the early exchanges, taking advantage of the fact that only two fielders can be outside of the 25-yard circle. Then getting in to 6 on towards over number 13 or so. And set yourself up.
Only one.
What I can say, as you mentioned, either way this game goes, it will be a fantastic one.
That's middle.
You notice that the Windwards is expecting them to come aggressive. There's no tight ring. Most of the players are back on the 25-yard circle. Save for this slip, everybody else is more or less back. Their heels are almost on that circle, with the exception of extra cover.
One fielder on the boundary, on the offside, and she comes into play there. So much quieter over so far. This second over, 11 coming from the first, just 2 from the second. They're just tempting outside it off stump, a change in pace, but getting the line round and signal a wide. Operating, operating left arm around the wicket is Kiana Joseph. Just trying to sneak one through there on Kaisia Knight before she was ready. Once again, just slowing it up, varying her pace. This is good stuff by Kiana Joseph. One ball left in this over. And once again, just trying to hurry things up here. Knight, though, taking another step back. A dot ball to close it out. 3 runs coming from that one. It's 14 without loss.
Well, much more quiet than the first over for sure in terms of runs. And I would peg back the run rate a little bit. But so far, the batters look very positive, look very aggressive, look like they know what they're about. And it seems if you are calling it right, they're going about the job in a very adequate way. We see the disappearance of Glasgow, or being more spin. What is Afi doing there?
No, in fact, it looks to be Karina Noel in operation now. Right arm medium pace from her, just making that change. After 11 runs would have come from that first over from Janelia Glasgow. Can't afford to let Barbados get off the flyer here at the Windward Islands. A bit of a fumble by Zeta James at point allows them to come for the single. Zeta James, one of the young rising stars
Right arm over, 5 to come.
for the West Indies. Would have been a member of the West Indies under-19 side that went to the first ever Women's Under-19 World Cup. Got drafted into the senior team as well. Well, bat onto that one. And that's going to be a boundary for Kaisia Knight, her first of the evening. Well, not making the adjustment on that occasion was Noel. Onto the hips of Kaisia Knight. Fine leg in the circle. Just need to get a bit of bat onto that one.
No change. Right
And it was
arm
always going to be four. No opting to change and come around the wicket. This time just one for them. But still, this is shaping up to be a lovely start for Barbados. 20 without loss they are. And we're into over number 3.
They look really businesslike. They look really businesslike, the Barbados batters. About the job in an efficient manner.
That's it.
It's interesting to watch the rehearsal of the shadow shot from Aliyah Aline. It looks as if she's really looking to take the attack to the Windward Islands. Her shadow shot was one that was looking towards that deep mid-wicket area. Cramping her for room is Noel. So a good comeback for her after is that boundary. It's just been one run since then. Can she close it out though? Can she close out this over? She does just that. Good work this time at point by James. 3 gone, 20 without loss.
Looks as if you made a good call in that you're saying the track has some ones in it, and you're trusting the Barbados batters. They're 20 without loss from 3. Healthy run rate, above the required run rate at this stage, and Windwards looking within themselves, trying to find something to peg them back. Right now the hopes would rest on Kiana Joseph. She did it with the bat, now she's asked to do it with the ball.
The thing about it is that it's not just them necessarily trusting the Barbados batters. They're just saying that anybody that counts themselves as a batter would relish the opportunity to bat on this particular surface. Easy pace, the ball coming on nicely, the bounce is even. You can play through the line of the delivery. There's been some turn, but not necessarily sharp turn either. It's one of those surfaces that you would almost say sets you up for a runs fest. And that's what we've been treated to all day long here. And it's for that reason that I do know that ever more important then becomes those wickets. And they need wickets at regular intervals as well to just break the momentum of Barbados. Because they can afford to get a couple dot balls here and there and catch back up, as we saw Kiana Joseph do in her innings. Bowling from behind the crease there. Joseph just switching it up. And just little things like that. That can go your way. Barbados though, up to the task.
She's coming around.
So far, Kiana is wicketless.
And once again, delivering from behind that crease. They get to quite comfortably. A lot of space in that offside work to be done by the super on the cover boundary.
Kiki! Big baller, big baller!
And this could be it. This is the breakthrough with the dancing feet of Kiana Joseph. She's happy. Aline isn't, but she's got to take the walk back to the pavilion. The first one down for Barbados.
Disappointment written all over her face, and jubilation on the other hand. 1 wicket down. 1 then 2? Or will this be consolidation?
Well, the saying is 1 brings 2. Barbados were hoping that saying is not true today. Windward Islands, though, we're hoping that it could go like that for them, because I did say they need wickets, and that is the first one for them, and that is certainly a big wicket as well. Aline is in form, and it's good to get her going early. So she departs, and that was the end of 4:25 for 1. And the new batter to the crease is Nijani Cumberbatch.
Noel will continue. We see the disappearance of Glasgow. She probably will come back for a second spell, but just what the Windward Islanders wanted: 1 wicket, 1 key wicket of an informed batter. That's Aline. Knight is also another prize wicket. Any of the Knights seem to be in good form. Let's see what Noel can drum up here.
Yeah, after that wicket, just need to follow it up now with another good over. Went for 6 in her first Noel. Can she go for 3 or 4 in this one?
Or less.
You'll think of 2.
Yeah, they want to get it too.
A fantastic throw. Fantastic cricket all around, you would have to say, from both sides. Good early calling. And they get home quite comfortably in the end.
I'm more impressed with the running between the wickets. They decided it was 2 from the moment they started. And fleet at foot was Knight, having backed up by Cumberbatch. Hold.
Oh, that is wonderful. Oh, you could watch that shot all day. Just short of a length, rocked back. Kaisia Knight dispatched that one over mid-wicket. It's one of those shots that you say is a very commanding one. One that almost stamps the authority, you would have to say.
Confidently played too.
This time timed into the offside. Probably just a slight change of pace there from Noel. 7 runs in the over already. I mentioned that her first over went for 6, and she would have wanted to do just a lot better than that, especially given that they were able to pick up the wicket off the final delivery of that over. Now was a good time just to string in a couple dots, just to build a bit more pressure heading in to what will be the last couple overs of the power play. But Kaisia Knight, though, has other ideas. Cumberbatch, she's about to face her first delivery.
Right arm over. 2 to come.
Seems as if Noel is more eager. Is more eager to bowl to Cumberbatch. She had to reset her field. She brought them in a little closer. And she comes now.
Well, certainly anyone would want to bowl to the new batter. Gets a dot ball, 1 to go. Can she get another? So just those 7 runs. And the over 5 gone. It's 32 for 1.
As I make way for Victor Eddy, the battle is well and truly on.
Well and truly on. Indeed. 33 for 3 was what the Windwards were able to reach after 6 overs. 32 for 1 now. Barbados, and it looks to be Zeta James being brought into the attack. So ringing the changes at the moment. Afi Fletcher not allowing anybody to settle and get accustomed to the bowling. And it's all about looking to keep picking up wickets. Wickets at regular intervals. That must be the order of the day for them. Young James of 55 is her number.
What's up?
Can't take 55 wickets, but she will certainly accept one.
Certainly, and 32 for 1, so 90 balls to get 97 runs. Game on.
Game on, indeed. Gets the body behind that one and stops it. Left or right, and it was a guaranteed boundary. Probably doesn't want to be drifting onto that leg side, Zeta James. Operating left arm over the wicket.
Come on, ladies. Tight feeling, ladies. Tight.
Oh, this is a fantastic start from her. Not just that she's been bowling the right lines and lengths, but she's been able to keep Kaisi Knight quiet for 3 deliveries so far. And final over of the power play. Oh, just drifting onto the legs and glanced away. Probably won't have the legs to make it into the boundary. The umpire confirms that she got bat onto that one. Just straying slightly there in terms of her line, Zeta James. Doesn't pay the ultimate price for it, though. Just 2 runs so far from the 4 deliveries.
That's off. A shade.
Windward Islands will appreciate
That's middle.
how this over has gone so far for them.
There you walk, Zilla, you walk.
Coming back yet to get off the mark.
Well, let's come left arm round. One to come.
Trying to force that one, can't get back onto it. Power play done. It's a 35 for 1.
Yeah, 35 for 1. Barbados, they're looking for a total of 129 for victory. Going at the current run rate, well, 84 balls, 94 runs. Game on, and which way it will go, we will all have to wait and see. But the Windward Islands, after they were asked by Barbados to bat first, after Barbados won the toss, 128 they scored, with Quiana James getting a half century, and a very valuable knock it was. But here is Barbados now have 84 balls to get 94 runs, so the margin between balls and runs to be had is not a wide one. Wickets are in hand, just 1 wicket going down for Barbados. They are 35 for 1. Current run rate 5.8, required run rate 6.7.
And there is a captain now being brought in from that Lozak Road end. And she starts with one just wide of the off stump, just 1 though. Maximum of 4 fielders can now be outside of the circle, and Windward Islands are using all 4 at the moment. 35 for 1 after 6, 33 for 3 the Windward Islands were. So we'd have to say almost even Stevens in terms of the runs, just 2 more wickets for the Windward Islands, and we do know that it was a partnership that ensued after that, that really set them up and really got them up to that total of 128.
So a similar situation whereby these two now need to compile a partnership for Barbados. Well, in Casey Knight and Cumberbatch. Well, Cumberbatch would be on strike. She has, not yet been off the mark, has faced 3 deliveries. So she still have to try to tick it over, while Casey Knight is more flamboyant of the two at the moment. A delivery. Pitch just on or about off stump, going across the right-hander from the left-hammer. So good line and length. But 6.8 is the required. 82 balls to get 93 runs. The Barbados team against the Windward Islands. 128 is what they concluded with. That's the Windward Islands when they batted first. Here is another delivery. And there is a feeler down on the third man boundary. But in any event, the batters, they will get 1 more to add to the total. So Cumberbatch is off the mark. 1 off 5. It is now 37 for 1. 81 balls, 92 runs.
Yeah, getting off the mark there was Cumberbatch. Probably would have loved, in terms of the Windwards, to have bowled a couple more deliveries to her, given that she's still, I guess as you would say, finding her feet here at the moment. It's always good to just squeeze through a couple deliveries quickly, and all of a sudden you realize that maybe you've been able to build up 8 dot balls across what is 2-3 overs. So wicket though would do them even better. Kaisia Knight to face. They go up, but it did sound like there was a bit of bat onto that one. Umpire says not out.
Only unless if the bowler thought it was pad first, but the umpire thought it was bat first and not pad first. Not out. Well, 37 for 1. Keen, interesting, competitive, and it's all happening here at Warner Park. Barbados versus the Windward Islands. What would happen on this occasion? Runs for Barbados down to a fielder coming off the long leg boundary. 1 more to the total. Advances now on to 38 for the loss of 1 wicket. But Knight, who is on, that's Casey Knight, who is on 22 from 26. And really, Cumberbatch, all she'll have to do to keep within that margin of the strike rate, and what is required is to just keep turning the strike over to Knight, who is on 22 from 26. But here is Cumberbatch trying to cut, and probably there might have just been a drop catch by the keeper, who had to stretch to her right way, possibly if there was a first slip in that area. But seems like in the process, in doing so, in diving, that she has hurt herself in a little bit. But right away the physio comes rushing onto the field to make certain that she's okay. It appears so. Well, 39 for 1 Barbados. They're chasing 128, which was scored by the Windward Islands. 129 for victory. 7 overs have been completed. 78 balls, 90 runs. Who is going to win this encounter? Could you text me and tell me, please? Well, the action continues. And this is what makes this T20 Blaze cricket very interesting when it comes down to this equation. Current run rate 5.5, 6.9, 78 balls, 90 runs. That is the requirement.
Yeah, once again, keeping things tight here. Zeta James, just wonder if Cumberbatch might make them pay for that mistake. She was just 1 from 5 balls when she was put down on the final ball of that over before. And funny enough, it would also work in the favor of the Windward Islands as well. And I say that because she's not really set the match ablaze just yet. She's soaked up deliveries. And that's not to say that you want to be making mistakes whereby you drop batters. But ever so often, sometimes you find somebody else might come in who is able to just strike it a little cleaner from the start. And that's just the other side of the coin, because I know that they would have loved to pick up that wicket there. It would have been 2 down for Barbados. But at the moment, with coming back, just struggling maybe to really get the ball off the square. They might tell themselves that they might be able to just string together a couple more deliveries at her slide away with maybe 1 or 2 more overs. Then Barbados realizing that the gap between runs and balls just starts to jump a little bit. Should be called the wide and is now by the umpire. Outstretched arms like that of the airplane or a bird.
And with the left-hander coming on strike too, that might have been one of the reasons for the bowler not getting the line right there on that occasion. But to support what you've been saying there about that is to that the fielding team would not mind that Cumberbatch have more of the strike of the two, recognizing that she's not really accelerating, but as you quite rightly said, an incoming batter might just be more supportive, and then the margin being not that wide, because the wider it gets, it will be a more of a challenge for Barbados.
Yeah, so just at that stage where you, not necessarily the business end in terms of that last 5, last 6 or so, but this is still moving period in terms of setting yourself up for the back end of it. It's really about rotating that strike, capitalizing on the bad deliveries, etc. And really, like I said, it's moving yourself closer towards that target. Well, that one's going to get pretty close to the final leg boundary. They look for 2. Finally confirmed that they want it. And that's going to close out the 8th over. It's 44 for 1.
Yeah, and from that final delivery, that would do the cause for Barbados a lot much more in the ascendancy. But Cumberbatch will have to keep exchanging the strike. If she definitely can't get the boundaries, she have to give Casey a night. I'll put Casey a night on strike, because from 27 deliveries last night, she's on 23, while Cumberbatch 5 runs of 11 deliveries. 44 for 1, 72 balls, 85 runs. Not a wide margin though, Joel, in terms of balls and runs, but it's more evident that Knight, who is more aggressive of the two, should be trying to play most of the deliveries if possible.
Yeah, definitely not a wide margin at all, and certainly no real concern. I hope the viewers understand where I'm coming from. Certainly no concern, because I mentioned that you're really able to, I guess as they would say, catch back up, especially on a surface like this. I mentioned, like, talking about the innings that Shemaine Campbell played earlier today, whereby she left a couple deliveries at the start of her innings and then really motored into it, went through the gears, as they say. And that is probably something similar as well in terms of an innings that Cumberbatch can play, you know, because there is time and the surface is a really good one, as that one is called a wide no by the umpire. Might want to monitor the extras as another injury here now to the keeper, Cassie Williams.
And that is the second time that she has gone down, and the physiotherapists have to come on the field of play quite urgently to see if and to make certain that she's all right. We cannot be too certain what is the issue with that, but we just see her fell to the ground and she's bending over, taking off the gloves now. That's the wicket-keeping gloves. So it is more like in the midsection, in the tummy area. In going diving for that one, she might have just dropped badly in that sense, but she's on her feet standing. 45 for 1, 71 balls, 85 runs. Wow. Game on hand here, 71 balls, 84 runs. That is what to be had. The wicketkeeper seems to be okay now. There is a player having, is it the captain, Afi Fletcher, having a few words with her, making certain that she's okay, but she's getting back on the gloves now. So most likely she is okay. Play is going to resume. 45 for 1, especially those of you who might just be tuning in to this T20 Blaze Women's Cricket right here at Warner Park, Windward Islands, up against Barbados. Barbados won the toss and asked Windward Islands to bat, and they made good use of the first knock. They got to 128. Let us see what would happen on this occasion. Looking for a run. It could be risky, and quite rightly, the non-striker combat sent back Knight, which was a wise thing to do, because that would have been suicidal if they had attempted a run, seeing that the fielders inside the 25-yard circle, they are showing a lot much more urgency to add more pressure by cutting out those quick ones within the circle. Here is another delivery right on center stump, played quietly back down the pitch, no run. So 70 balls, current run rate 5.2, required 7.3, 69 balls to get 84 runs. Game on right here at Warner Park.
Yeah, you made mention of some of those fielders inside of that 25-yard circle, and Zeta James is one of those. One who I know prides herself on her fielding and doesn't enjoy making too many mistakes. So she had that one fumble a couple overs ago, but since then she's been on the mark and on the money, pouncing on everything. It certainly would have been a risk for them to chance their hand to her.
Well, no doubt the Windward Islands would prefer at this particular moment to see Cumberbatch receiving more deliveries than Knight, because Casey Knight is on 24 from 31, while Cumberbatch is just 5 from 11. So let us see if she can keep exchanging the strike, which will be good. From a Barbados point of view, she does so because there's a fielder have to come off the deep mid-wicket boundary on the western side of the ground here at Warner Park. But in the meantime, the batters were able to get another run. So that advances their cause. 67 balls for 82 runs. 7.3 is the required rate. They're going at 5.3. 47 for 1. One delivery to come. All sort of things the wicketkeeper is being attended to. She has gotten her boot laces tied appropriately. She goes into her position. The action continues out in the middle here at Warner Park. Here is another delivery that is played quietly to Kiana Joseph at short extra cover. That has completed the over. So after 9 overs, Barbados chasing 128. They are 47 for 1.
Yeah, even though we're looking and seeing that they've been able to keep Barbados quiet in the last couple overs, the game is pretty much still even Stevens, because we're approaching that halfway stage, and the Windward Islands, they were 51 for 3 after 10. Barbados currently 47 for 1 after 9. It was really just those last couple overs with the Kiana Joseph going after everything that really put that impetus into the innings for the Windward Islands in terms of allowing them to get up to that 128, and Barbados will have that in the back of their mind as well. And like I mentioned, it's really just setting yourself up, ensuring you have wickets in hand. Also, one person though that would love to take a wicket here, Affie Fletcher. She's into the attack now, backed by skill, backed by experience, and she starts with a dot.
Yes, the right arm, big bowler and captain for the Windward Islands, Affie Joseph. She has the keeper standing up. Short third man, a point, a cover, a mid-off, a short mid-on. Fielder just outside, or comes in now the 25-yard circle, and that one kept a little on the low side though. That is the first delivery that I have seen for all the matches so far in this encounter, earlier today and for now. So not a regular inconsistency, but here is one play.
Drop safe.
It will drop safe, yeah.
Yeah, just get a little flustered, you would have to say,
Well,
at the moment.
Yeah, it is good that that Knight is back on strike, because she is the more fluent of the two. Cumberbatch 15 deliveries, 7 runs, while Knight is 24 from 32. So if Cumberbatch is working out her match appropriately, she should really prefer to see Knight getting more of the strike. And here is The batters running the first one quickly, quite rightly so, because here is an opportunity, and always when you run the first one quickly, there is always an opportunity to get a second, and Knight did so nicely. Brings up the 50 for Barbados. 50 it is for one. 9.4. 7.6 is required, going at 5.1 at the moment, but wickets in hand. And we are just 2 deliveries away from this final segment of the first half of the first 10 overs of this innings, and one played out to a fielder who is a sweeper out on the deep extra cover boundary. So Knight gets another run. 51 it is for one. 9.5, 7.6 is the current. 61 balls to get 78 runs. But most important things for Barbados, that wickets are in hand. That is very critical, and here is Joseph looking to get another wicket. And it's in the air for a while. It's going to drop safe again, and almost in the identical area as the previous one, which the fielder from mid-off came across. That has completed the over. We are at the halfway stage in this particular innings, and after 10 overs, Barbados chasing 129 for victory. After 10 overs, they are 52 for 1, as there is now a refreshment break for all the players. So the ground staff, as usual, they are coming out to do the necessary gardening of the crease and dusting whatever debris they may be, while the players are refreshing themselves. We have a game on in hand. It's a water break at the moment. 52 for 1 Barbados. And Edwards, this is the beauty about 2020 cricket too, in that with wickets in hand, that is an obviously good thing for Barbados. But on the other hand, if the Windward Islands should get 2 quick wickets, and you know what sessions like these do, most of the times we see it happen in cricket, whereby you have a break and just after you get a wicket or 2 going down. Not saying that that will happen on this occasion, but it has happened in many, many matches before. Well, the players are regrouping themselves, and the umpires also, and having a conversation with the standby umpire. I've now been rejoined by Al Edwards, and Al, it's going to be an interesting end whichsoever way this encounter goes between Barbados and the Windward Islands.
Well, at this stage in particular, the halfway stage, with wickets in hand and the wicket playing like this, a set batter in Knight, I think it's leaning towards Barbados. At the same time, runs on the board. The current run rate is above what they are currently scoring at. And so they will have to, according to Joel, release the handbrakes and go pell-mell at some point. After the break is, we call it middle portion of the innings, over number 10 to 15. I think a lot will rest as what happens between 10 to 15.
Yeah, that is a very important segment.
Particularly in this encounter.
Yeah.
Wickets, you're going to lean heavily towards Windwards.
Well, and it's wickets or runs, but at this particular moment, though, with how Knight is batting, even though Cumberbatch is a little on the slow side, but if she can avoid the percentage of dot balls and keep exchanging it, 1, that will help the partnership. 2, they will go on to give a more challenge. But on the other side of the coin, if the Windward Islands should get 2 quick wickets now too, it's a different picture again in the game, and that is how it evolves, and it is very interesting though, because at this particular moment it is in the balance. So the scale is balanced. Well, the players have gone back in their respective positions. That's the fielders, and the batters also too, going back to their respective positions. The umpires now signaling to the scorers and making certain that all are aware that play is just about to resume.
Still left arm over.
And the action continues right here at Warner Park. It's the T20 Blaze Women's Super Series. It's right here at Warner Park, the Windward Islands. Trying to defend 128. Barbados trying to get 129 for victory. 1 over point. It was a full toss. There was a fielder on the deep extra cover boundary coming around. But in the meantime, the batters got through for 2 runs. And in the end, they got in safely because the fielder at the deep cover boundary had to move about 10 yards to her left. So it is now 54 for 1, Al. And once that momentum continues where they use good shot selection, exchange the strike, but if the Windwards Island should get 2 quick wickets, a different picture on hand. But let us wait and see what will happen. Runs or wickets. 1 play down to mid-on, no run. 54 for 1. How do you see it at this particular moment of play, Alan?
The last time I did this, I had to be jumping like a quapper from one team to the next because it swung like a pendulum, and I didn't want to be on the losing side. Eventually, I stuck with one team and lost my money, lost the bet.
Yeah, well,
on this occasion, it looks tight. It looks tight, and I promised Joel that it will be tight, and so far, it hasn't disappointed me.
Well, in this context too, because Cumberbatch is 19 deliveries, 10 runs, while on the other hand, it's better in Knight's favor, 34 for 27 runs. So Cumberbatch will have to try to get at least. But here is one hit in the air. It looked like that delivery was height. I'll have to wait and see. Yes, I got it right this time. No ball. So a free hit because it was above the batter's waist and it was almost from our advantage point, Al, it looked about chest height.
Yeah, we call a beamer.
A beamer?
Yeah.
Well,
she hit it up into the night sky. It was taken on a second attempt by the wicketkeeper.
I didn't realize that I'm seeing it so well from this distance without glasses. Well,
you're up in the air, man.
Okay, it was up in the air.
You're up in the air too. It's quite a height up to the 3rd level of the media center.
Yeah, and the thing is, like I said earlier before, if the ball should go above the lighting, which is the poles here at Warner Park Stadium, is very high. So that will be more challenging, and more challenging so that 4 runs tonight. I said that she has to be receiving more of the deliveries. She executed cover and cover, and it raced on the western side of the ground at Warner Park, 4 runs. So this even advances the cause more appropriate for Barbados. And the race is on now where we have 56 balls, 69 runs. But the most important things, the wickets that are in hand.
They have that in the back of their head. And so they can play a little more aggressive.
And just pace themselves, yeah. Nice is pacing it. It looked like it's going to go for another 4 down to the 3rd man boundary. As it crossed the line, it does so. 4 more. Good productive over so far. That is why Casey Knight has to be taking most of the strike. She races now on to 31 from 35 deliveries. And there is where conversation too comes in for both batters, whereby Knight should be saying to her to come back.
Her second boundary, so she has actually 35 from 36.
35 from 36, even a closer margin.
She's punishing the short bowling.
She has a right to, and here is she pushing it down to mid-off, who have to move paces to her right. And the good thing about that run too, that the non-striker, the 1 run, the non-striker was not looking back. She was trusting her partner's call, which should always be consistent. 65 for 1. 11 overs completed.
They were listening you in that Knight needs to face most of the bowling. And
they cannot hear me.
She nudged it down to mid-off and set off to the single so that she could get the full the full 12th over. At least to start facing it.
And Alan Woods, the segment of display, because it also to the field is widely spread. Okay, say for example now as Knight is going to face. So the fielder who is on the deep extra cover boundary, if she strike it 5 yards to her left or right side, that is, of the fielder on the deep extra cover boundary, and they're running the first one quick, they should get 2. Anyway, we'll wait and see. Afi Joseph may have other ideas, a good delivery tonight, who quite rightly so. No indiscretion, just reading the game right and playing defensively. 53 balls to get 64 runs, 9 wickets in hand. Very appropriate foundation for Barbados to just use good shot selection and no indiscretions. And Knight, who is most likely, she might be seeing it as big as a breadfruit.
But she's not taking any chances against Afi Fletcher. Afi Fletcher is a leg spinner of much renown, and she's just watching her. She can see off these, see off Afi, and punish the others.
Well, that is how it is. Not appears. It is. That is what definitely Casey Knight is doing, and this is sensible thinking in the circumstances and the situation. And okay. This is gonna go close to the boundary. A fielder coming from deep mid wicket, and I think I said before the 2 deliveries that once you hit it either side of that fielder and running the first one quick, there is always 2, and it was 2.
On that occasion, Knight brought out the broom and swept. It was a safe shot. She's playing safe against Fletcher. Just pitch on about leg stump. She got around and swept it backward square. The fielder at deep mid wicket had to do a lot of running. Push on the score by 2 to 67.
Delivery, and this is really intelligent and good cricket by Casey Knight and Cumberbatch, but more so Casey Knight, but Cumberbatch playing a supportive role. And 1 more to the total, advances it now on to 68 for 1, 49 runs to be, 49 balls. Yeah, 49 balls, 61 runs, 68 for 1, wickets in hand.
And you're absolutely sure they're not listening to you, because here it is, she's taking a single on the 5th ball of the over.
Well, Cumberbatch might get a 4. Oh no, but she gets 1. So she will maintain the strike, Cumberbatch. That's all right. In the situation, I think, yes, it's okay. It'll be 69 now.
Mid-wicket
After
conference.
12 overs, 69 for 1.
Mid-wicket conference from the 2. And no doubt they'll be going over in their minds, maybe getting signals from the dressing room as to where exactly they are, how many more runs needed, how many, exactly 60 runs in 48 balls. They just brought the equation a little closer.
But then too also, Edwards, it is the 2 batters who are in the middle. They should be responsible enough that the coach does not have to send out any message at all. And they work out what is necessary from what is unnecessary at this particular moment. You may have a different view, but sometimes I believe that batters have to assess situations. You can't always just be totally dependent on your coaches. Yes, they are there to do their job, but you who are out there should be able to use your best thinking strategies to go through it. And right now, with the field widely spread, 1, bam, runs. And if you're running your first one quickly, deep extra cover, and that is all they'll get. But Cumberbatch has taken herself off of the strike, and the throw from the deep struck the non-striker's wicket, but not far enough for them to attempt another run. 70 for 1, 47 balls, 59 runs, 12.1. Casey Knight is back on strike. She's 39 from 32 balls, while Cumberbatch is 13 from 22. But in the partnership and how Knight is being the more dominant of the 2, well, Cumberbatch, you try to avoid the dot balls, and Casey Knight will continue. And she continues and plays it out to a deep mid-wicket who is sprinting off the boundary, and quite rightly so. The batters decided that 1 is all that they will have, and the strike keep exchanging and turning over 12.2, 46 balls, 58 runs.
Meanwhile, we noticed a change in bowling. It's Abini St. John.
Hey, walk me
From that, the Lozak Road end. Bowling her first over. She too seems to be trundling leg spinners.
Count it, please. Count it, no?
Not bad so far. 2 singles and a dot. They need 7. Roughly 7 in every over so far. 7.7. It starts climbing again. At one time it went up to 7.8, almost 7.9, but then boundaries brought it back down. An attempted lofted drive. Doesn't make any contact. Fortunately for her.
The wicketkeeper seems like she's doing things to hurt herself. I wonder why she spread her right leg so far over, and the left leg so far behind, and that could tear muscles inside the legs. But fortunately for her, that is not so. Not hoping for that, but she got to be more careful in those areas. 71 for 1. So these two combo batches on strike. Gets one down the leg side, misses out, but don't miss out on it being a wide. So 1 more to the total in any event. But that was an opportunity to get a 4 because there is no feeler on the square leg boundary. And it was pitch outside the leg stump. Just a feeler to the right of the umpired square leg on the western side of the ground here at Warner Park. But here is Cumberbatch on strike. What would she get off of this delivery? Oh my. Well, she got a chance because the bowler got both hands to it, floored it. But in the event, 1 more to the total. Catches win matches, drop catches, lose matches.
Old adage. Ever so true. Especially when you don't have people with extreme pace to get them bowled or leg before. You have to depend on your catches.
Well, especially in this situation whereby 43 balls, 56 runs, these two batters are putting on a relative good partnership so far. And with spaces in the field, I don't see the pressure mounting to that. And it looks like a fielder would not get close to it, even though it was in the air. But what was good too about the batters, that because the height of the ball went in the air, they were running the first one quick. So in the end, they got the second one easy. So 50 partnership of 55 deliveries, a very good one and a very important one for Barbados in the chase of 128, which was scored by the Windward Islands after being asked to bat first when Barbados won the toss. So,
Afi Fletcher is coming back. They're going to treat Afi Fletcher with kid gloves.
but you see,
Milk singles, whatever singles they can get, but I don't think you'll see anything overly aggressive. Oh, he's going to change the bowling again. It looks like, no, Afi Fletcher is going to come back.
that's the thing about Al Edwards. He doesn't bet, so I can't pull the petty cash that I have to offer a bet to him.
This one too close to bet on. Too close.
I never bet and would never bet on cricket.
Wicket in the
I
wickets.
could have my views, but no. 42 balls, 54 runs. But the good thing that is in Barbados' favor, the wickets are in hand. So even if you get 1 or 2 indiscretions, which Barbados would hope not, but if they get
Well, they had one
2
just now.
fours,
They had one just now.
they had one just now.
St.
Okay,
John put
right.
down a
Okay.
return catch.
Good. Was that the next one? Because the captain puts her hands on her hips as the batter Cumberbatch try to hit it. And the ideal thing is being done now by Knight going down and having a few words of exchange, no doubt giving 1 or 2 tips what to look for. Just get the single and put me on strike. I believe. That's the third time she might have been dropped. That's Cumberbatch. It looks so
Looked like
because
that took a edge just now.
from the reaction of the bowler and so forth, on our speculation behalf, it appeared so. Here is another delivery and a good one. And I think right now too, Cumberbatch is trying the right thing to see if she can get a boundary or two. Because with wickets in hand and the way and 40 balls to get 54 runs, I think that was a good attempt, but she missed. And also the ball missed the stumps. But here is another one over the infield. And look at the run in the first one. Easy too. Anytime it goes into the deep and you sprint that first one, before the fielder even got close to the ball, they were turning for the second. So good running.
Yeah, I think Cumberbatch has a rabbit foot in her pocket or some other kind of charm, because she's been dropped 3 times and just now that one was aerial. Joseph couldn't get to it. And I saw her loop up 1 or 2 that fell just safely into mid-on.
Well,
She's living
here,
dangerously.
Fletcher, short. Cumberbatch is getting runs and getting a single. And that is all that she has to do in support with Casey at Knight, but which Knight does not appear like she will. And has been, even in the Super 50, she did bat very soundly, and she got some good scores also too. And here is she recognizing that they have been able to put on a partnership, Cumberbatch and herself, and they are extending it. And another run, looking for the first one quickly, the run one. Cumberbatch was thinking of 2, but rightly so, Knight decided that she was going to get to the end where the ball can reach quicker to the wicketkeeper's gloves, and decided no, that she cannot make it. And that is the level of communication that must be consistent for all teams, but more so for Barbados now, that they're 37 balls to get 50 runs.
Well, they've made Afi Fletcher some 13 runs so far, almost 3 overs. She has 1 more ball left to Cumberbatch.
So I think too that what Barbados have done well here, they have calculated that the very good bowlers don't have any endurance, but try to get the 1s and the 2s, and if they present a bad ball, thing. That is how batters must be able to work it out. Now they're gonna be able to get a message or 2 from what the coach might send out there to them. But I think they have it well measured at this particular moment. After 14 overs, 79 for 1, 36 balls, 50 runs. But more important, it's only 1 wicket down.
Well, that's the column that everybody is keeping their eyes on to determine this game. It's just about 6 more overs now, even though the run rate is climbing. You have one more over before you get into the business end of it.
Sometimes when I call it, it happens, so I'm gonna refrain from calling it. You have an idea? Say it. You heard me say it before. A hat trick.
Still right arm over.
Oh, that will make things cock-a-hoop.
But it's rare, but it happens in the game, man. It gives a different picture. But 36 balls. Honestly, I would say Barbados has not edge.
White ball.
They have the wide margin right now. And add into that, 1 more to the total. The delivery have to be rebowled because a wide. 80 for 1, 36 balls, 49 runs. I look at the wickets in hand, Al Edwards, and here is 1 flighted. Boom. Licks again. 4 more. I shouldn't have called it before he hit the boundary board. But it hit the boundary board, so 4 runs. And I think this innings of Casey and Knight is not just for her remaining teammates, but even the fielding team players to realize that this, when you're in, stay in. Let bowlers earn your wicket and don't give your wicket to the bowler. Let them earn it.
She's built her innings very, very well indeed.
Yes.
Because she started out slowly, and then with the boundaries.
Yeah, that's all right.
And now she's striking over a rate of 100 on the strike rate, just a little over 100.
And another single to Knight, this time out into the deep.
Come on, Benny, keep balling,
And this is going to be such an appropriate time when Joel Manning comes in. He's by He's a Barbadian by birth and by heart and soul. But in this professional setup, he has been on the level. He has been fair, as always.
He alluded to it very early. He felt confident that Barbados,
he knows that.
with the
But
batting lineup and this batting track, that Barbados could overhaul the 128.
but when you're in a commentary position, sentiments and emotions and emotional things are not into the equation. Ooh, I hope the batter is not hurt, Cumberbatch. That valiant effort, she might have just struck her elbow, but she made it into her ground. And my goodness, let's hope that she will. One thing that has been very consistent, though, the physios are very fit too. They make themselves quickly out onto the field of play. And so it's not, probably there is a fitness criteria too for that the physios to pass before they can associate them to be physios of anything.
Usually physios are fit persons because they tend to keep classes, they do the gym thing, and so they more than likely they have to practice what they preach.
Yeah, that should be the case. But you're not missing any play at the moment. But what we can tell you that happened, well, Barbados won the toss and asked the Windward Islands to bat first. And the Windward Islands posted a good total, 128. But here is Barbados only losing the 1 wicket, 87 on the board. Current run rate, 33 balls, 42 runs. Al Edwards is not a better. So it's good for him. He keeps his money in his pocket. But the physios, they too have been doing a good job. And I think all around, for both the Super 50 and the T20 blaze, that everything has been well in place, especially in terms of playing conditions and coming out of this particular tournament to all teams would learn from each other and all coaches will have their work cut out going forward in the areas where their teams did fell short, and in particular with the wides and the no balls, the running between the wickets and the communication with the batters at the crease. That has been an issue throughout. But we can tell those of you, and especially who might just be joining us, Barbados going at the current rate, 7.6, 33 balls, 42 runs. I tip this at this present moment to Barbados.
Well, with a batting team like this, in this position, the batting track like that, they can only implode. I don't think we've seen anything from the Windwards that could really rock them back. The one that's really looking dangerous, they've decided to play it safe. That's to Affy Fletcher. They've milked up some 13 runs. And Kesa Knight is large and in charge, 48 from 47.
Cumberbatch is 19 from 31. Well, the players seem like they are getting back together. So, was it Cumberbatch who fell there and seems to be back on her feet now, which is a good sign, and they're all good in that sense. We do not like when players would get seriously injured or any injury at all, but it's good to see her back on her feet and ready to go again. The action will resume. 33 balls. 7.6 is the current rate. 33 balls to get 42 runs. But 1 wicket is down, 87 for 1. So, you know.
Lofted, driven, and dropped.
Well, it should have been a better effort, but especially to break this partnership, you could have never tell how the picture might have been if that catch was taken, but the effort to me did not look more aggressive in the sense, even though the ball was descending. But one more run to the total, 88 for 1, 14.4, 32 balls, 41 runs. And those persons who like
in
betting.
a game like this, should have been a bit more alert. She's in the inner circle, so she should have been walking in and simply could have scooped up that catch. Well, maybe not simply, but could have scooped that catch.
Yeah, because in walking in, once you're walking in with the bowler, you would have gotten a start. But when you're more stationary, it is more difficult to go down. Well, all those things they will pick up here and there when the
No, she's
coach is
walking
right. She did not hear us though, but might have been well advised to walk in before by the captain.
She
Might
didn't
have
know.
said that. 89 for 1.
It's no
15 overs or one more delivery. Sorry, one more delivery to be bowled. 31 balls. And who's gonna bring it home? None other than Joel Manning, and more appropriate situation for him to come in, and many persons in Barbados especially have been enjoying our deliberation. Here is one hit out into the deep. It's gonna go across the line. No, there's a field out there, and it looks like she might have just pulled it in. We're gonna get some honesty from the fielder out there who is supposed to help the umpire, which the umpire is asking her. And for sportsmanship, really, even though you're playing to win, Al, if it did cross the line, but the fielder in the deep said no.
Yep.
So 15 overs, 91 it is for 1. And the man to come in is Joel Manning to bring it all home.
Oh my goodness.
Well, 30 deliveries left in this contest. And the interesting thing about it, and I think something that's not been factored in, is that 18 of those deliveries will be bowled by the pair of Afi Fletcher and Kiana Joseph as well. Kiana Joseph has two overs left to bowl, and that is a factor that I think has maybe been missing from the equation. Why I still think that the Windward Islands are still in this particular contest. And the question is, who do they go to then for the other 12 deliveries? It looks like they're putting the ball in the hand of Zeta James, so not necessarily going to the trump card of Kiana Joseph just yet. The Windward Islands, they were able to get 47 runs off of the last 30 deliveries. Barbados just need 38. Still though, we're in for a wonderful contest. It could go either way. It's now or never, as they say, the business end of this contest.
End indeed. We'll see an end to this game shortly, and a winner and a loser. But either way, it's been an enthralling contest.
Well, they've got the big wicket. James, she is struck for the Windward Islands, and that's the one they wanted.
Well. Is this a turning point in the game? And was that leg before wicket? The way she appealed, she was so confident. She went back and across, and the ball struck her plumb in front.
Well, you always knew it would just take one. They were certainly never out of the contest, never out of the fight. And, well, Kaisia Knight, she played a wonderful innings for Barbados. She was there from the start, but she's got to go one short of her 50. She goes for 49. LBW to Zeta James, who gets her first. It's 91 for 2.
The par score is what we got to be at the end of the over. Par score is what we have to be at the end of the over.
Well, just when you needed a twist in the arm, a little bit of sugar to the pot. This has certainly sweetened this contest here. Under the lights of Warner Park, the final match of round number 4.
Middle, please.
It's going to be Kaishana Knight to replace her sister.
That's middle.
No better time to come good for her, but a wonderful start for James. And don't forget, I mentioned the fact that 18 deliveries out of the last 30 will be bowled by the experienced pair of Afi Fletcher and Kiana Joseph. Oh, that could have been number 2. I think that one probably just went through the hands, and there was a chance for the run out as well. So it's all happening here at Warner Park. I dare say the excitement has just begun here.
A pull into the onside, which could have been a possible catch. She had literally she ran away from the pace of it, and then a chance for a run out. Had that been a better throw or a better receive by James. Barbados should have been looking at that third wicket going down.
Yeah, you just wonder who will hold their nerve better here. Sar coming and darted it down the leg side. That's probably going to get close to the boundary. It hits that rope now. Add some more extras to the zone. And if you just wanted a bit more drama to the contest, well, the skies have broken, the clouds are crying, and the rain has started to fall here at Warner Park. So just to add a bit to the mix here. Groundsmen getting into position. It's not a heavy shower, but it's certainly quite visible here. Ball going to be just slightly damp, a little slippery in the hands of the bowlers just as soon as you wanted something else to add to this contest. A dot ball. Everyone will be crucial for them. Everyone treated as if gold, because certainly silver does not matter here today. Nobody wants to come out second best in this encounter. I mentioned the fact that both teams started this match on 8 points. 4 would take any one of them level with Guyana at the top, and then net run rate would decide it. With 1 round to go on Saturday morning. Oh, the edge found. Fortune favors the brave, and at the moment, the brave is Kaishona Knight. Pulled back just inside now. You probably might not tell yourself that a slip would have been employed at this stage. So either way, it would have been runs. But running down everything here, the Windward Islands, they certainly do believe. They've never given up in this contest. Mentioned the fact that they did say that this is the best that they've been playing in terms of their cricket, and they're not out of it just yet. The rain is still drizzling. Groundsmen still in position. As you see that one just inside the boundary. Afi Fletcher just asking mid-wicket, just take a couple steps back onto the circle in terms of those outside of the 25-yard circle at the moment. Deep mid-wicket, long on. And a dot ball again. Just one left in this James over now. And a double strike for her. 2 wickets in the over. 1 to start, 1 to end. 3 wickets down for Barbados.
Well, she seems to be magic finger James. She got 2 wickets. Cumberbatch, who was ready Lady Luck until luck ran out on her just now. She was able to pull it in, dive into her right. I mean, it became fairly straight, but to be sure, the insurance, she went down to her right. And now, even though the runs and the balls are getting closer, it's just almost a runner ball, or a little more than a runner ball. 28 runs needed in 24 balls. And here comes Kiana Joseph.
Like I mentioned, 18 of these deliveries will be bowled by that experienced pair. And I always wondered who might they turn to for the other 12. 6 have now been bowled by Zeta James. They probably might give her the other 6 in this one.
I would want to. I would want to suggest that it would be Zeta James, because I think Afi Fletcher only has.
And adding a little more spice to the drama now, to the pot and to the contest. Here come the covers. It's probably going to be a bit of time before we have to factor in where Barbados need to be in terms of runs.
96, so they're ahead. Barbados ahead at the moment.
Well,
yes.
Based on the figures that are being told to me at the moment, Barbados just slightly ahead at 101 for 3 at this stage. There should have been 96, having lost 3 wickets. But as I mentioned, still some time before we get to that stage, and we certainly wouldn't want to have to use Duckworth Lewis here tonight to decide this contest. Both teams deserve to go down to the last ball with this one. So a slight break in play here at Warner Park. Barbados currently 101 for 3 after 16 overs. 4 to go. But we're going to have to take a quick break. And hopefully, in short time, we'll be back with great news here at Warner Park. the good news here at Warner Park, we're back to action. 24 deliveries left. 28 runs to get. Kiana Joseph, she's got 12 balls left to bowl. 6 of them will come from this Lozak Road end now. Oh, you just wonder what that bit of rain might do. Does it refresh the surface a bit? Does that ball skid on a bit? It certainly might make it a little more difficult for a couple of the bowlers to grip it, and I do know that the majority, if not all of these overs, will be spin to end off. And that's going to be 1 out of the 28 required. Afi Fletcher with 6 left. Zeta James has 1 left as well, so probably we might see all spin to close this one out, as Shakira Selman, she is now about to face her first ball, the new batter to the crease after the dismissal of Cumberbatch.
Again, an adjustment to the field to accommodate left-right combination. I think the fielders just figuring it out. Player had to run from backward square to almost backward square.
We'll have to stretch for that one. Selman probably might have gotten a wide had she left it, but subtract another one. 26 from 22. I do know that this one is going right down to the wire here tonight, and probably fitting. Quite fitting way to end off round number 4.
Only one.
Another single dealing in ones here. Barbados. But I do know, as I see Kiana Joseph just applying that rag to the ball. As I mentioned, obviously that rain, the ball will just pick up some water as it runs along the surface. They try their best to remove as much moisture from the surface with that rope that they were using, but quite a bit of it still out there. Well, that one will fall safely, and the possibility of 2 exist. And they get that. So still on course in Barbados. Windwards, though, need a wicket. If they can just pick a wicket here, certainly it just balances it out even more.
On the edge, Malaika, on the edge.
That column with the wickets in hand is too heavy, too heavy. I think Barbados still favourites.
Come, Gaza!
Tries to get all of that, but can't. Selma, but still, 1 more to the total. And that one will be signaled wide. Joseph thought it was just maybe on the inside of that line. She's going to have to bowl over that one. Just 1 left. And what is her 3rd over now? Figures of 1 for 15. And it will stay that way to close out 17. 108 for 3.
Well, they were able to milk Joseph for just the required amount of runs. And let's see who will come. It looked like James will continue.
10:29.
Yes, indeed. It will be Zeta James to close out what will be her 4th now. Picked up 2 wickets in that last over. 2 crucial wickets at that also. 1 on the first delivery and 1 on the last delivery of the over. Had 5 wides in there as well. Or in fact, 4 wides in that over. And that's what really allowed Barbados to still have some runs. In fact, yes, I was correct on the first one. 5 wides in that previous over that she would have bowled. She would want to ensure that she doesn't give that away here. Her team needs her to go at 3 or less in this one. They'll be happy if she can pick up a wicket as well.
Walk, Z.
It all comes down to these last 18 deliveries. Still one round to go after this. But the winner sets himself up quite nicely for round number 5. Well, she comes down, and this one just falling agonizingly short of long on.
Selman didn't give me the chance to say that she is an aggressive type batter as well. And at this stage, I know she's not going to hold anything back.
You certainly need to get the job done. No sense just poking around and finding yourself needing 9 from the last over. It's really about getting it done, especially probably just on the stroke of heading into the 18th and 19th. Ring of fielders on that offside for Zeta James.
And equals the space on the onside.
And she pulls it. And brilliant work being done. Die-hard effort, you would have to say. Keeping it down to just 2.
That's all that's required. A run ball, if you get 2, the required runs and balls getting inching closer together. A bit too short from James, though. She needs to get it up there. Have her playing the outside to that ring of 1, 2, 3, 4 fielders. Yeah, like that. Single.
Probably might enjoy bowling just a bit more to the right-handed Shakir Selman at the moment.
I'm not so sure of that. I think Shakir Selman is the one that's a bit more aggressive. She can see the ball disappearing over the boundary.
Well, that is a possibility, and that is the possibility that exists for every ball in cricket.
Not with Knight. Knight seems to be taking it one day at a time and have it calculated down to the last 2 or 3 balls. Selman wants to get over it this over.
And that's where the chance now presents itself. That's a battle you would want to be in, a battle royale, you might call it. Strikes it cleanly, but once again, just for 1. In fact, a fumble might mean they get 2. No, this one is going to be close. Oh, my days. Oh, my days.
They're adding more excitement to the pot. Even without asking for it, they're introducing the run-out factor.
Well, 5 runs already from this over. This one gets over that ring. He's going to get quite close to the boundary as well. In fact, goes over it now. So now 12 runs needed for Barbados. Just a bit of width, you would have to say, outside of that off stump. Rocks back quite nicely, Kaishona Knight. And just needed to get over that ring that we talked about on the offside. The outfield has been running quite nicely, and I'm sure that rain that we got not heavy enough to slow this outfield down. So 12 now needed from 13.
Could she afford any protection on the offside, though? She has all the boundary riders on the onside.
Final ball of this James over. And it's a dot to finish it out. So 18 gone, 12 balls to go. 117 for 3.
I think it's down to exactly 1 ball now. Or less. Is it less?
No, 12 from 12, in fact. Yes, a run a ball required from here on out. And back into the attack to bowl her last 6. It's going to be the skipper, Afi Fletcher. This is the over that they say counts for the most. The penultimate over of the innings. How much can she keep Barbados to in these 6 balls? How much does she need to leave for Kiana Joseph in that last over? I'm thinking with 12, she might want to maybe leave maybe 9 for Kiana Joseph. Can she bowl this over for 3 runs? Can she pick up some wickets as well? Because that will also be a factor as well in determining whether or not this W goes in the column of the Windward Islands. getting her field right. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, and a fumble. And that pressure, that's what it does. That's what pressure does to you. Just little mistakes. Eyes come off the ball, thinking about that run out. Zeta James, I said earlier, she prides herself on her feelings. She did well today, but just when it mattered there, when she needed to keep her eyes on the ball, just taking it off and allowing 2 runs there to start that Affy Fletcher over. It's all about who keeps their nerve here in these last couple deliveries. And that is it. Or in fact, no. Yes, the umpire's hand goes up. So Selman, she's got to depart. And Affy Fletcher, she gets the breakthrough. For a moment, you just questioned whether or not the keeper was able to keep the ball in the hand. In the end, it almost looks as if she threw it back onto the stumps.
Is that stumped or is that one out?
It's out. That's what matters at the end of the day for the Windward Islands, and more so a dot ball as well. So I did mention these overs of Affy Fletcher and Kiana Joseph, the most important coming on to the last phase of this match. And will the experience of this pair pull through for the Windward Islands? Will they pull through for Pearl Etienne, who's found herself doing the hard yards for them, batting well, getting themselves into position, then having to pull up, couldn't come back onto the field. An important 4 deliveries left here. I mentioned how much do they leave for Kiana Joseph in that last over. They've gotten 2 so far.
Middle stump. Right arm over. 4 to come.
Oh, and a dot ball. This is where the experience comes to the fore. This is what you want if you're the captain, to stand up in big moments like these. 10 needed.
Cornell.
And this one is high. And it's, oh my dearie me, dropped. Oh no. These are the moments that matter. These are the times that you can't afford to put balls down. She did the hard yards. She got there, and to add insult to injury, it's also crossed the boundary. 6 runs now needed. Affy Fletcher did the hard work, but she was not backed up by her fielders. She's going to have to regroup here now.
Well, they had their chances. They only have themselves to blame. They had their chances. And as Victor was saying earlier, catches win matches.
Dot ball again now. But you have to think that in terms of the over, the damage has been done. You always expected Affy Fletcher to keep it tight. And because they had to go after her, you expected chances. And they're appealing again. And the umpire says no. So 6 balls left, 6 runs to get. How will this swing? How will it sway? Do not leave your couches, ladies and gentlemen. I did say this game is going to go into the last over. And here we are at 10:37 p.m. in St. Kitts and Nevis in the Eastern Caribbean.
6 to win, 5 to tie.
Boy, oh boy, I'm going to have to stand up for this one. And here is Kiana Joseph. I said, how much will they leave for her? I said 9 is a figure that they would want to leave for her. She's only got 6 to work with. Can she do it for them? Will it be the Windward Islands or will it be Barbados?
The pressure's already telling on the fielders from the Windward Islands, and they have succumbed on more than one occasion. They drop catches, the fumbles. You can see the pressure telling on them.
Well, here we go. They're taking their time, and it's understandable. Everyone must be where they need to be. Now is not a time to drop catches. Now is not a time to misfield. 4 points on offer. And these last 6 balls will decide it. Kaishana Knight to face the ball in the hand of number 73, Kiana Joseph. The first one, a chance for the run out. No. 1. Make it 5 from 5. Oh, you couldn't ask for anything better. Oh my goodness gracious me. This is wonderful. This is a way to climax.
Who's the lady in the green, blue, and yellow dress? Tanti Ball?
This is a way to end off round number 4. A Thursday night of cricket action. Over 2,000 locked on currently to the Windies cricket stream. A few here in the stands of Warner Park, and all been treated to some wonderful cricket today. But this is where it's decided. These are the balls that matter. 5 of them to go. And they scamper that. Will she go for this? Yes, that's the run out. And more importantly, a dot ball. Still 5 to get. 4 balls left. Woo! The AC is on, but we are sweating up in here. 124 for 5, 19.2 overs. Shamilia Connell, she's got to go back. They've got to go for everything. A lot of conversations at the moment because, like I said, 4 points on offer. Windward Islands have never lifted the title when it comes to the T20 Blaze. These 4 points will put them in a good position come round number 5. Who keeps their nerve? That is the question. And who crumbles under the pressure?
We had some comments in the background saying he thinks Barbados will win. That's Victor Eddy. These 4 balls, Windward is even afraid to have discussions. They're afraid to talk about it. Fielders are in place. We saw them crumble. We saw them crumble to the pressure so far. And on that occasion, they were just Barbados. Now it was turned on them because they looked to block and run, and that didn't work.
Well, important for Barbados, Kaishona Knight is on strike. Joined her is Trishan Holder. 4 balls, 5 runs. I did say the experienced pair of Joseph and Afi Fletcher will be the ones to decide this. Can they pull it through? Well, gets it out towards long on. We're going to come for the second. This is going to be close. In fact, this might be out. The umpire says no. They cannot believe it out there. That was a close one. A tight call. Scampered for 1. Came back for the second. They had to. And looks as if she made her ground there, Trishan Holder. An important 2 runs for Barbados because it keeps Kaishona Knight on strike. 3 from 3. Well, they're going to have to let that one go. The Windward Islands.
And Joseph seems upset. She needs to get calm and concentrate.
Got to put it out of your mind.
Yep.
And come again. Refocus. Recalibrate. 3 deliveries left here now. Pulled away again. Will they come back for the second? No, they don't. 2 runs needed. 1 to tie. 2 balls left.
Will you say super over?
Well, I wouldn't mind it. They will. But I wouldn't mind it. I love a contest. I love excitement. I love drama. I love painting and talking about a story.
You're getting it now.
This is what matters, but also the fact that it is the new batter of Trishan Holder. Can they keep her at that end? Can they take her wicket? Can they do something that means that Kaishona Knight will not face the last ball of this match? Probably might want to get one more inside the circle as well, just to keep that additional pressure on, because it is now or never for them. 4 points or 0.
I think I would bring in everybody.
2 to go. And a bit of a false start, and we've seen the man Cad come into cricket quite often these days, not opting to take that option there, Kiana Joseph. 2 from 2. And once again, reloading. Well, tension. Like butter sliding off of a hot knife.
I'd love to see those feelers in a bit closer though.
2 from 2. And this will be a run out, and more importantly, it means that Kaishona Knight will not be facing the last ball. We are still in it for here, ladies and gentlemen.
I think they crossed. If not, she really sold it well. I think they crossed because Kiana took quite a while before she effected the one out. So I think they crossed. So
this is the interesting factor here, because they're all looking to the umpires now for this one. And here is where the drama will ensue, because the umpires are saying, no, they didn't. In fact, yes. On the screen, on the replay, it's showing that. Well, tempers are flaring. The drama is high. The pot is bubbling here at Warner Park. You could not have written this script when the toss went up at 6:30 p.m. You could not have anticipated this when the first ball was delivered at 7 p.m. here at Warner Park. But at 10:45 p.m., 2 runs needed, 1 ball. Will they get it? Will they tie? Or will they lose? All 3 results in play here.
Is she going to go on the wicket?
Wow. That is the only word to describe this cricket match right now.
Over the wicket, into the left-handed batter. Still a couple of space in the onside. Shouldn't they plug that gap?
What does she go to? Does she go aiming for that block hole? Does she slow it up? I highly doubt.
Let we go.
Knock it into the onside, and you got your single.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. 2 from 1. And as expected, she does not let it go. And a wide. Oh, wow. Wow, scores are now tied. And now they're going to ask everyone to come in. Oh my goodness gracious me. My heart is pumping. My hands are shaking. And I know that it must be the same for the players out there. Are we in for a super over? Or will Barbados get over the line? 1 from 1.
Block and 1.
And it's dropped. This camper won. They get home. Barbados, they come out on top on one of the finest games you will ever witness in a CWI Women's T20 Blaze. Wow. Windwards, heartbroken, but they have fought here tonight. Barbados. Wow. What a game of cricket. The game of glorious uncertainties. The game that brings joy and the game that brings tears.
Well, it looks like a couple of players might be in tears there. On all fours, down on the hunches, heads bowed, being helped up by the Barbados team now. And the Barbados team is out there, but down to the very last ball, we had everything that we could ask for. The pressure, the bowling, the batting, the fielders under pressure, not taking catches. They can only blame themselves.
I don't think that blame can really be laid on anyone here today. They've all shown up and they've all played fantastic cricket. Both sides deserve to be applauded here tonight for putting on a show, a display like no other that we've seen so far in this contest. You have to feel for the Windward Islands because they were there until the end. Barbados narrowly getting over the line and collecting that all-important 4 points in this contest. Winning in the end by 4 wickets. Unbelievable cricket at the end of the day. And certainly we hope that we see a lot more of this in the CWI Women's T20 Blaze. Well, that is it here at Warner Park. That is the story. A dramatic ending in which Barbados held their nerve to get over the line and win by 4 wickets, reaching 129 for 6 in their 20 overs. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to say thank you for joining us for all the games here on round number 4 of this T20 Blaze. Tomorrow's the off day, and then Saturday morning, all 3 games will be starting at 8 a.m. We thank you once again for joining us, and until then, have a wonderful night.